Hello, hello. Good evening. I almost forgot to update the channel information in regards to the game we're playing. Only almost before hitting stream. How are you doing? I cannot believe we're getting somewhat close to the end of this game. Like, I'm not sure we'll actually. It's both a lot of story, no one ever noticed. True. I'm very interested in trying to see if we can finish his route today or not, because if we make it, it would have taken us exactly 20 streams, which is a lot. Considering that this game consists only of reading, literally just reading. Like, now we know Misha has some other form, and for some reason everything he touches turns to ash. It's still a few chapters, yeah. His fourth, fifth and final chapter apparently. No, come on, man. I'm just trying to stream. What is it? Why is it recently that I've gotten bots every single time? But yeah, 3 chapters, and he has a happy ending, so we're going to end up with him somehow. But like, the other guy took over his body as far as we're aware, so kind of scared. Oh, hello! Thank you so much for the follow. Kind of scared what's going to happen now if we see him again, because that's not going to be him. The first thing I felt was wind on my cheek, parched, dry air that stings my throat with each breath. The peculiar rough wind shakes me awake. I slowly open my eyes. When I get up, what I saw in my field of vision is... Yeah, for some reason we dropped into that world. Haha. Unfortunate. Changing shape with each stroke of the wind, and ashy land stretching far into the horizon. This place is... I get a sense of déjà vu. The ground where I lay collapsed until now. When I slowly opened my hand, I had been touching it. Ash-colored sand. No. Ash. It was on my palm blows away in the wind, indistinguishable from the other ash. I recognize this world, and its ash stretching over the surface. Those 2 words in my still heavy head tell me of one possibility. Could this place be... Oh! Cutting through this lonely world is a voice filled with joy. When I turned towards it... What? I was embracing someone's body, an embrace from right in front that reminds me of a certain encounter one day. The sensation of his chest and arms wrapping my body remains in my memory, but the strength behind it was greater back then. I sense a strong will of never wanting to let me go. Join already, there's some loot and screen. That's not loot! What are you talking about? It's a little suffocating, so I raised my head and... Yeah, it is me, but I don't think it is you. If that makes sense. Also, I forgot. Wait, I think the game is not loud enough. This should be better. They're prickly holding hands before marriage. I mean, they've been doing that a lot. This is how we first met him as well. Misha, as I thought the one embracing me was the one who promised to return to Enchanté. Misha has returned to his usual form. Doubt. Still embracing me, he places his eyes right on me.
本当によかった。もしこのまま君が目覚めなかったら どうしようかと思った。
Yeah, whoever is in that body right now, I don't trust you.
会いたかったよ。俺はここでずっと君を待ってたんだ。
No, no, we talked not too long ago through that weird rift.
気が遠くなるぐらいずっと
Yeah,
ず
yeah.
っと。
Yeah, this is definitely.
まずは何から話そうか。
This is definitely the
君と
other
は
guy.
話したいことがたくさんあるんだ。
I don't know what his deal is though. Still embracing me, he doesn't stop talking. Misha, of course I'm very happy to see you too, but this is a little painful. Could you relax your grip a little?
ごめん。力加減がまだわからなくて。
Excuse me? Misha apologizes and reluctantly lets go of my body. With a little distance, I finally have room to look over his body. But if you're here, that means this place is.
そう。ここが俺の世界。いきなり引き込まれて驚いた。君に会えた嬉しさで。
Please,
つい。
please let Kotona have some brain cells that she realizes that the real Misha, or like the one we know as Misha, would not pull her into a world this dangerous. There's no way. Like the first time we met, sometimes you act purely on emotion, don't you, Misha? But Misha, what about that form? If I recall, Misha would return to his true form when he's in this world, right?
ああ、どうしても君に会いたくて、ちょっと頑張ってみたんだ。
Did you know? I wouldn't suddenly turn you to ash, he says with a smile. I see. Did you push yourself? Misha, are you pushing yourself? Well, we talked about it before. I thought it was really hard to restrain your power. Keeping that form in this world, I thought you might be pushing yourself. I'm a little worried. Misha.
ああ、うん。大丈夫。そう、大丈夫だ。僕が苦しみなんてものを。
Excuse me. It seems like he was too happy and pulled me in here before he even entered Enchanté, but still. It's been a while seeing each other face to face like this.
そうだね。俺からすれば数千年って感じだけど。
That's a really long time. What a funny joke. As though interrupting our conversation, the ashen wind grazes my skin. Upon seeing it, Misha makes a troubled frown, but he quickly regains his mood.
さて、君が来てくれたことだし。
Yeah, let me show you the place. There's ash over there, and ash over here, and also some ash all the way over there.
ようこそ、俺の世界へ。
There's nothing in it. Misha bringing the minimalist lifestyle to a new height. Misha spreads both hands and introduces the wasteland he lives in.
これが俺のミシェル・アレックスが生きる本当の世界。もともと名前なんてない場所なんだけど、一応こう呼ばれてるんだ。
Oh, and this is just a really nice bit of ash.
終わりの世界。
The real other world that Misha lives in, wastelands of ash extend endlessly and there are no signs of life in this world. Great. The world of end times. That has a really sad sound to it, but it's all a wasteland. It's composed of only ash. I'm sure no matter how far I walk, there wouldn't be any things of nature or buildings like in other worlds. As the name suggests, it's as though all of civilization has gone to ruin. This place that has met its end is the world Misha lived in this whole time. However, Misha himself doesn't seem to mind. In fact...
それじゃあ素敵なお客さんに今からこの世界を案内してあげようか。
Alright. In fact, he seems to be happy from the bottom of his heart that he brought me here.
さあ、ことね。お手をどうぞ。
Yeah, it's not like I have a choice, huh? He gently extends a hand to me. As I'm a little confused about why he extended it to me, Misha suddenly smiles.
まあ、ありえないことなんだけど、うっかりはぐれないようにさ、手をつないだ方が安全かなって。俺と手をつなぐのは、いや。
Oh, I need to save here. Why do I need to save here? That's interesting. Alright. Also, what the hell? There's apparently a difference between these two choices. I don't mind it and I don't mind it but. And we're supposed to use I don't mind it but. I don't mind it but I'm a little surprised. You know, you explained before, right, that you have that Ashen power. I'm sure it's fine because you're in your usual form now, but... How many save files? 99, I think. Hold on, I think you can have 99 or something. Yeah... 99. I don't know why you would need 99 save files in a visual novel. Like, even if you wanted to just replay a specific scene, you could just use the chapter replay. I don't know who this guy is, so I want to see him kick the... Excuse me! This is... Oh my god, why would you say that? It just happened in the Demon World, so Misha, I thought you might have been concerned about getting near me or other people, that's what it seemed like. So for you to offer your hand to me is just a little surprising. I see more questions. You know, just a reminder that my stream is actually not 18 plus, so if we can keep it kind of on the down low, that would be great. Like, just be careful. Really? It's fine, it's fine. I definitely keep it in mind, sorry. It's okay. I have to write it somewhere, I think. He declares it without hesitation. I'm a little taken aback. Did our reunion before blow away all of his hesitation? Please, use your brain cells, Kotona, I'm begging you. Misha, I'm thankful you want to guide me around this world, but is it okay we don't return to Enchanté? When I ask, Misha blinks his eyes in surprise. Huh? He tilts his head like his heart's confused. What do you mean, why? You know that night you promised to come back to Enchanté. Ah, so I'm really not a guy promotion. Well, you have to come here more often. Maybe you'll be known as the guy who comes to newest chat sometimes.
君がここに来てくれたなら、わざわざあそこへ行く必要なんてないよ。大事なのは、君と俺が触れ合うってことでしょ。
Man, you are... What is this? Considering Misha's words and attitude, something feels very out of place. Yes, you use your brain, Kotona. Even worse. When I try to think about what it is, I can't quite put it into words.
それよりも早く行こう。俺の手を取って。
Jesus Christ. Stop saying touch me. Yeah, no, that's looks the one from newest chat. Anyone future. Without waiting for my response, he forcefully grabs my hand. Why? Really, why? He stops cold on my question. Why, when you speak of Enchanté, why is it as though it's only a second thought? Back then... Yeah, please realize it's not the real him. I fear that something bad will happen if he actually touches her hand. No, wait, never mind. He already touched us, so it's not like he specifically needs to touch our hand. Didn't sort of feel me out for a time. Okay! Get some of that grab. Gotta make sure I don't go full on nasty in here though. You said it so longingly, so earnestly. You wanted to come to Enchanté, you wanted to sit at the counter. You wanted to see me at Enchanté, that's what you said, and yet... That's right, this is what felt so out of place. More than anyone, Misha cherished the days he spent at Enchanté. To abandon a reunion at that shop and take the trouble of bringing me into his own world by force. How can I put it? Right now you You seem like a different person. Ooh. I saw this saw. Yeah, that is for sure another typo. I say this with such a confusion in my voice. Uh-oh, he's not going to be happy. The expression drops from Mishi's face. It's not an expression I've ever seen in him, there's no mistaking it. Oh! Ooh! He stomps in the edge toward me. No! No, no. No, I don't know. I don't trust you. Yeah, but whatever is in it is not the same. No. Mm-mm. Run for your life, Kotona. I don't know how far you can go, but like run for it. No. A chill runs up my back, heeding the warning of the shiver. I turn my back to the unknown young man and begin to run as fast as I can. This person is not, it's not Mishi. Confident of this terrible fact, I escape without any destination in my mind. Yes! Go where your little human legs will bring you, I don't know. With no destination, I simply run through an endless wasteland. But my waffle keeps pulling. Ah! To escape from that someone who would take Mishi's form. I thought the gate would be somewhere nearby, but it seems I was carried very far during the time I was unconscious, and I can find no trace of it. Oh no. I run, but the scenery just repeats itself. The rough ash slips beneath my fatigued legs. I nearly tumble over with force, but I managed to control it. However, I need to run faster. The young man will catch up otherwise. Driven by impatience, I try to take the next step. Huh? Oh! Why is she spilling blood? What is this? Murky blood drips from my mouth. The red color melts into the ash. The moment it enters my sight, I'm suddenly assaulted by suffocation. No, it's more than that. It hurts. My hands shake, my vision blurs. Blood and oxygen, I feel everything in my body as if it's hurting me from the inside. Hello? I can't endure this abnormality, this agony happening in my own body. I collapse to my knees in an ashen land. Behind me, I hear... Oh no, what do you hear? Get the fuck off me. Ew. No. Get your hands off me. A body with no warmth engulfs me. The body is no longer Mishi's. It was the young man beyond the fissure. Yeah. He do be kinda cute, but he also looks to be really evil and I don't want him touching me. The first time I went to another world when I passed through the gate to Medio. A voice calling to me from somewhere. Yeah, that is definitely him. And when I was thrown out onto Amazaki Island. What drew me into the gate, that mysterious voice. I want to punch the guy. Yes! Get your hands off me. Thinking back to that harsh noise, hidden behind it, a voice. Don't tell me that voice, it was... With the whisper in my ear like this, I finally realized.
そうだよ。どれも全部僕の声なんだ。やっぱり君には聞こえてたんだね。
Where do I know his voice from though?
僕はこうして君と
I can't look it up. Like I'm going to, if I do it, I'm going to spoil myself on his entire story if I were to try to find it. But
気が遠くなるぐらいに君を待って。
Yo, that's kind of cringe, bro.
ずっと君のことを思わなかった時間がなかったよ。
The young man embraces my body, entirely stricken with pain with even more force. Oh God, Jesus.
君に触れられる。やっと君と話ができる。
Also, his hands are massive.
嬉しいな。諦めずに何度も手を伸ばした甲斐があった。
This man, what is he talking about? As he breathes sighs of joy over me, my body's in pain and my vision blurs. A feeling of nausea arises. Just as I cover blood yet again. Oh! Oh! Purple lightning approaches the young man. During a slight moment when the young man's eyes go wide, I put all my strength into my arms and shove his body away from mine. Using that force, I turn to where the lightning came from. All that fills my vision is ash, but in a small gap I see a dark figure. This time, on that night... Baby, 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 baby. The one who promised to ring the enchanted over was there. Michie! Yes, bro! My breathing pains me, and as I collapse to my knees, he rushes to me and catches me just in time. But the face of my support, Michie, is twisted in fatigue and anguish. I guess he actually hurried up his own transformation.
人間界に戻るつもり？ダメだよ、そんなの。僕が絶対に許さない。
Why are you almost naked? Misha and the young man, perhaps because this is the first time meeting face to face, Misha looks shocked when he sees his face. We have kind of similar hairstyles actually. That's funny.
その身が僕に送れよ。ミシェ。
No, everyone gets to keep their own
君
bodies.
の力とその姿はあの時丸ごともらった
You already have a body, you don't need another one.
と思っていたのに、まだその姿を保っている上に弱いとはいえ魔法を使う余裕まであったんだ。
しぶとさだけには自信があってね。まあ君が俺の力そのものを奪ったおかげでこうしてこの世界でも異形に戻らずに済んでるのは皮肉としか言い。
Misha holds me up like he's shielding me and glares intensely at the young man. But watching the man stay to run at any moment, he slowly backs away.
君は何者だ。
I mean, that other guy definitely knows Misha. They have a weird promise going on apparently that Misha does not remember.
できるわけがないのに。ましてや。
Maybe they're actually...
触れただけで。
Maybe they were the same person once, like one person, and they got split for some reason. Maybe I'm completely off. I don't know. Misha asks questions to try to create an opening, and the man just laughs. God damn it, he actually is cute, but I don't like him. Stop laughing at my pain! He must really think this is hilarious. Hilarious.
おかしい。それを君が聞くのかい？他でもない君が。君は僕のことをずっとはるか昔から知っていたはずなのに。僕は君にとってたった一人の同郷の仲間なんだから。
Oh? The homeland. The moment he hears those words, Misha's face goes stiff. However, he uses the young man's opening.
ことね、どうにか頑張って落ちないように捕まってて。
Misha prioritizing the escape holds onto me and runs at full speed. The young man doesn't rush and intently sees us off, without moving a step from that spot, simply smiling. Yeah, what's the homeland? As Misha walks while holding me. Yeah. Much like me, fresh blood also spills from his mouth. Oh, Jesus. I tried to call out to him, but my lungs hurt like they're burning. Blip, My blood torments me like it's poison. Misha desperately protects me with the rope he's wearing. Misha, between my horse breaths, I try to call his name.
喋らないで
Oh no! A voice mixed with worry prevents me.
詳しく話してる暇はないけど、この世界の大気は人体に有害なんだ。長時間さらされれば命を落とす。
That's not good.
この姿の俺なら君を運べるから、ゲートまでもう少しだけ耐えて。
He needs some milk! With democracy's determination, smoke rises from the ash in front of us and...
スパルトイ。この世界の産物だとは思ってたけど。
Those guys.
なんでこんな
With the
時
giant hands. The ones from before, the menace we saw on Amasaki Island, they swarm us all at once. The usual Misha could crush all of them with a single glare, but... As he is right now, he can only smash the approaching Sparta one by one. He doesn't seem able to fly. A non-human that appeared... Wow. That's another thing that cut off. On Amasaki Island, skeleton made out of ash from the world of end times where Misha lives. Still, while avoiding the Sparta, he continues running through the wasteland. Let's go! Did he lose the Sparta, or did they let us go, despite him disappearing from sight? Stop! Misha's steps grow more and more dull. Hoarse breaths begin to wheeze from his throat. Hey yo! We're going for the happy ending, don't go dying on me. Hello? It becomes injury and with blood dripping down.
頑張ってあと少し
Artist was like, yeah, I need to show that they're absolutely beat up and losing blood and everything, but I'm going to make it look sexy. Using his own body as a shield, he strongly embraces me. Misha simply repeats in desperation.
大丈夫心配しないで
It's the same with like nosebleeds in fiction. For some reason, they always make the nosebleeds look sexy. Even though nosebleeds are so disgusting. Each time the storm blows fiercely, Misha holds me a little bit tighter. I know, don't be you're so sexy. He says that, but I don't know if those Sparta or the young man will catch up. Misha, if you carry me, if you go by yourself.
君を見捨てろ
Don't please, oh, you're so sexy.
冗談じゃないね
In my thinning consciousness, I tried to call to him once more, but in this world that was empty until now, I realized that a small change has occurred. As far as I can see, there are small hills at regular intervals. What are those? We don't have time to chat, I know that, but to maintain my consciousness, I instinctively asked Misha.
あれは墓標
That is a lot of graves. What?
不幸にもこの世界に迷い込んで死んでいった人たちの
That's a lot of people.
俺はその中のただ一人の生き残りで
Oh no.
かつては君と同じ
Excuse me?
人間界の人間だったんだ
Rishi walks on speaking in a hoarse voice. He talks about his life, about a history long ago. No way! I say that, but it's hazy to me too. I don't remember much about that time. The only things carved into my brain are memories barely remaining as knowledge. It goes back tens of thousands of years, right? It's an area known to the human descendants now as Genesis. Refers to the distantly ancient area where Nishi was born, possessing advanced technology. In the Bible of the human world, this area is told of as the time of creation and the birth of humanity. Aha! Alright. I'm sure to people now, people have the idea of stone tools and humans living as hunter-gatherers. The reality was nothing like that. The human world at the time had far more advanced technology than the modern day. Magic and science, all techniques were fused to extreme limits, creating an advanced civilization. That explains the humans in in the angel world, I guess. In such an era, I was born as an ordinary human. Wait, is me? No, I don't. Well, I don't know. However, by the time I reached adult age, I left my homeland, the human world. Hey, we know that ship. At the time, the human world knew of worlds outside our own. We had observed the existence of them. All technology at the time was utilized to cross the boundary between worlds and develop means to move into them. The result of that was called an ark, a vehicle that could travel to other worlds. We first heard the rectangular ship appearing in the Bible of the human world. In this game, it means ships used by humanity to travel to other worlds in the era of Genesis. I was chosen as a human to ride an ark in search of new lands and other worlds. Why did we seek the other worlds? Why did we need to leave the human world? The reason, I don't remember it anymore. For the journey loaded into the ark was a door, a gate that connects space-time to connect that world with the human world. A door, space-time loaded into an ark, connecting other worlds to the human world. Thank you. Likely, if another world suitable for inhabitation was found, humans planned to use the gate to move to that new world. The gates that exist in other worlds, including the one in Enchanté, were probably left for that purpose. What the hell? However, among the many arks that departed, the ark I was riding, it suffered the worst luck. We were swallowed by a wave in space. Much like being cast away, what we reached was... The world I reached was, this world we called the world of end times. Appropriate to its name, this world bestows an ending upon all who is it. You're back! You missed that Miche was apparently a human once. A long time ago, and they had advanced technology. And magic. The atmosphere of this world is not something the human body endures very well. On the first day we arrived, about half the crew I came with died. After realizing the abnormality, we tried to flee, but there was nothing we could do. Naturally, I was no exception. Eee! The ash that enters the body steps into it, causing one to vomit blood. The wind burns the skin of those exposed. The people around me suffered and suffered and suffered. In the end, their bodies would erode and become ash. They would die and become part of this world. Objects were also no exception. All things would arrive at the same fate. I watched it all with vacant eyes, enduring the hellish agony myself too. Before I knew it, I was the only one left alive. Before long, like my friends, I too would perish and become ash. That's what I thought, but... For some reason, only my body began to experience strange mutations. Oh no! My body twisted, my bones stuck out, my skin hardened and the color changed. I no longer needed food nor drink. Perhaps absorbed from the dead, my body gained immense magic powers and began to grow into something enormous. No! It was a suffering that made me crave death, yet the transformation's torture didn't stop. It took several hundreds of years to end. Then all that remained was this body reduced to a grotesque form. After that, learning to move around decently took another few hundred years. Then finally, I began to realize I was going to be truly and utterly alone. Even the giant ark that we rode and carried us here, even the gate to travel to and from our original world, during that long time I was suffering, had all been buried in ash and had vanished. That is... couple key plot points. Yeah! Just a few. I was at a loss for words at the things he had told me as he continued walking. Then, Miche, that form.
そう。多分、環境への適応ってやつ。俺の体だけがこの死の世界で生き抜くための変化、あるいは進化を起こして。
I wonder if he actually looked like this as a human. Like the way he showed us once when we went out. Where he hid his horns and everything. After enduring hell for hundreds of years as his body changed, when it was finally over, his human form was traded for this one, grotesque and with the power of ruin. It's not that grotesque. I've seen monsters look way... no, well, worse. After all that, for tens of thousands of years he lived in his lonely world. I can't even imagine what kind of hell that must have been. But the world eating away at me now is more evidence of it than anything. I had shed tears before I knew it, and Misha wipes them away with a finger.
これはもう過ぎ去った過去でただの事実起きてしまったこと
How did he get to the human world again then? Have you even seen? Yeah!
けどね
Right? Misha smiles. I didn't think this world would make me suffer once again, with a beautiful sweet smile.
こんな俺の人生にも
Oh.
救いはあった
Is this the backstory? How he met us? Now? That we don't remember? I had taken grotesque form, but at first I wasn't discouraged. The Ark and the Gate, they might have remained somewhere in this world, especially the Gate. It wasn't something that could be destroyed physically. So if I searched the world thoroughly, I might find it somewhere. I might be able to return to the human world. I simply wanted to escape this world of end times and return to my homeland. I wandered, searching this barren wasteland for tens, hundreds, thousands of years. Despite searching for so long, I couldn't find a single clue. My journey of thousands of years in vain. The moment my heart broke, I collapsed to my knees and screamed. I tried to take my own life, but the ash would immediately shut my wounds. With even death denied to me, I gave up on everything. I was prepared to live an eternity in solitude here in the world of end times. But even in this world of nothing, there was one thing that brought a change. That was, rarely once every few decades, a wormhole would open. I mean, I say that, but most of them closed instantly and were very fragile. But once in a while, from the wormholes from other worlds, life forms would fall. That's right, aside from myself, this world bestows an end to visitors. Demon beasts from the beast world, fairies from the fairy world, demons from the demon world, angels falling from the heavenly world, and from many other worlds that we did not put into this game, haha. At first I thought I wouldn't be alone anymore. I ended up feeling happy. That joy was short-lived. Unlike me, there wasn't a single one suited to this world of end times. That's right, everyone who fell in would die. In agony they would turn to ash. Even if I tried to help, I turned life to ash simply by touching it, so there was almost nothing I could do. If there was one thing though, in regard to the countless lives that vanished with the passing of time, I could attend to them and listen. Help me, I don't want to die. I want to see my family, I want to go home. Why won't you help me? Repeatedly listening to such lamentations, I could only watch these countless lives die. I learned about the other worlds as I cared for them, and the power I stole from the dead afforded me the ability to wield magic. It's ironic, that's really all I can say. After they passed and became ash, I would make a grave, mostly for myself. All I did was watch my visitors die, for thousands, tens of thousands of years. Tens and hundreds of thousands of people. After becoming the Ashen Gravekeeper, that's what my life was. The life of Misha Rex. After starting that, I wonder how much time passed. One day suddenly, at the edge of the graveyard, a fist-sized fissure of wormhole opened. It was really small, but it was my first time encountering a wormhole that didn't vanish in moments. At the time, due to tens of thousands of years in despair and solitude, I had lost the ability to think properly. I was taken in by the light leaking from it. Unconsciously, I was peeking inside. Aha! There it is. There I found my salvation. There was a young human girl there. The girl could see me through the fissure and looked up with curiosity. Who are you? Oh, are you a friend of Grandpa? She gave me a pure smile. An innocent face, not knowing a single trace of sorrow and despair of the world. I felt hateful. While I spent an eternity in this world, my heart eroding and tending to the dead, this girl, just thinking about her living so carefree, revived the negativity that had died in me. I'll kill her. As if to vent my anger, I eagerly reached my distorted hand to the fissure. When I did, just before, the girl ran out of my field of view. Well, that's only natural. With such a monster before her eyes, of course she would run away. More than failing to kill her, my heart was wounded upon realizing that reality again. However, I was wrong. Here, you can have this oh my god, are you kidding me? The girl came back with the cup in her hand, saying this with a smile. Inside was something black. At the time I didn't even know the name of the beverage, but it was steaming. Your voice was really dry, so you must be thirsty, right? I did my best to make this. Oh my god! That's right, the girl, upon hearing my groans, while still a child, she was concerned about my lack of vitality, and took the trouble to bring a drink to make coffee for me. Oh, it's a secret from Grandpa. Grandpa said I'm not supposed to use hot water while he's gone. Also, if it isn't good, I'm sorry. How can I put it? This child talking to me like it was normal left me completely dumbfounded. Before I realized it, I had accepted it with a trembling hand and brought it to my warm mouth. The one cup of coffee, hundreds of thousands, no, after how many tens of thousands? How often are you going to repeat that? This warmth given to me from a living being. I couldn't stop my tears. Right at that moment, it wouldn't have been strange if the Kaplan girl turned to ash and vanished. Why were the girl and Cap safe? Even now, I still don't know the reason, but that miracle, it made me happy. When my tears fell and soaked into the ashen land, the heartless wormhole began to close. I started to lose sight of the girl. I didn't know if it would reach her, but just before it closed, I called out to the girl. But that wasn't too long ago. Like, if she was still with her grandpa, she was like, what, 5 or something? So not even a full 20 years. How did he get into control of his form in just 20 years if he's been in there for tens of thousands? No longer able to walk by my own strength, I bury my face in Misha's chest as he supports me. That's...
だから頑張ったんだ。絶望から立ち上がってめげそうになった時もあれから大事に守ってきた
Hillary's to work on its own.
コーヒーカップを心に
Plot reasons, I guess.
歩いて
20 years with... I mean, 20 years is still a long time, but if you've been alive for several tens of thousands, it's kind of...
体を作り変える痛みにもう一度耐えながら
funny.
力を抑える姿になる術も必死に身につけた。あの女の子へ言った約束を果たすために。もう分かったかな。俺がコーヒーを好きな理由も
Your favorite coffee was probably not even good.
コーヒーの理由もその時俺に
If a preschooler made it.
アレックスにぬくもりを与え君だよことね
Me? Yeah, who else, bro?
俺
God,
が
don't
シャ
I
ンテに来る前に俺はもう君と出会ってたんだよ。ただ残念なことに俺がアンシャンテに行けるようになった頃もうすでに
Favorite coffee's garbage.
店
He's
を
why.
離れてたけどね。君の家に会いに行こうと思った時もあった。でも
Yeah, but it's
そ
been
の
kind of
度に
weird, bro.
思いとどまった
I mean, she doesn't even remember this happening.
君に会うなら
She doesn't actually remember any of them, even though she met
君と出会っ
several
た
when she was with
ア
her
ンシャンテ
grandpa.
がいいな
Like, she met Eel in his own route. Like, in his own route, they say that she met him. Same for Canis, but she doesn't actually remember, so... How would she? She was a child. I see. That's why it was fate. Do you mean fate?
せっかく時間があるならいろいろ話してみたくてさ。店を継ぐ継がないは別として俺は君のことを知りたいし君に俺のことを知ってほしい。
I'm still not abandoning my time loop theory. And why would you want to do
そ
that?
れはもちろん運命の出会いだから
Uh-huh.
なんちゃってね。
You know, like you said back then.
あの時は正直
I don't actually remember that happening. That has to have been like a month ago at least.
舞い上がってたから
Somewhere in chapter 1.
でもそうだね運命だと嬉しいな。
Mm-hmm.
だから一緒に帰ろう。そんな運命を紡いでくれた。
Yeah. When we go back again, I'll make coffee for you.
楽しみにしてる。
I feel like
そのためにも必 ず
Maybe not talking would have saved your energy,
今度は俺が
but
君を
thank
救
you for
う
the backstory. Born in the era of Genesis, after drifting to the world of end times on an ark, this former human transformed into an abnormal form to suit the environment. He wasn't spared his eternal solitude, but was saved by meeting the hero as a child. Yay! Not yay! Misha continues crying out to me like this for hours and hours. He walks and runs without a single break. Oh no. What the hell? What happened to our gate?
着いたよ今開けるからねすぐに林道やイルたちに
The funny door.
治療してもらえる
Also, isn't that door closed on the other side? Hey, it says open on this side though. Misha continues to hold me up with one arm. He approaches the gate leading to the human world. Bro. No one likes a stalker. After fleeing for so long, after walking so far, there wasn't even a trace of him until now. Yet the young man appears like it's natural, in front of the gate blocking the way. This one. In the same moment of surprise, Misha makes space between us and him. Don't you know how to roll your R's? This is how you roll your R's. Become a platypus.
ずーっとそばにいたよ。君が彼女を抱きしめて自分の過去を語ってる時も。
I have heard this voice actor before. Who is it? Perry the platypus.
僕はずっとその隣で話を聞いてた。
Yeah, it wasn't planned. Something, he can't see you.
君が箱舟に乗るきっかけになったとある当時のその事件。大災害に名付けられた名を覚えてる？
No.
そう。覚えてないんだね。
If you stop speaking riddles and actually told us?
英語に近い絶望で
Maybe we would
心も記
know.
憶も削り取られてたし。
Behind the voice actors. Like if he's on behind the voice actors, then I'll be able to find
それなら
him without spoiling myself on the story. Right? Let him be fake deep. I have no clue who that man is.
あの大災害の名は人々と君が僕につけた名はこの世界の
What is it?
ノア
Noah! Hahaha. Noah and the Ark, huh?
僕の名前だよ。
Do you voice literally anyone I know?
この世界うわ
Oh, he voices one background character in Hakuoki. Ah! Hitoshi Shinso in My Hero Academia. Yeah, I know that one. If I had seen JoJo, I would have also known one because he apparently voices a JoJo. Misha reacts like he doesn't understand, but the young man Noah ignores this.
さあ、質問には答えたよ。もういいでしょ。琴音を
Josuke Higashikata. Apparently. I don't know. Holy shit. I don't know. I haven't seen JoJo. I wouldn't know. As he was coaxing, he held out both hands, urging Misha to hand my body
君は
over.
一度どころか二度も何度も 彼女に救われたんだから
Anyone else?
も
I
う
know.
十分今度こそ僕に譲ってくれるよね
Ah. Wait for people to stop gushing on and on about it. I mean, I'm going to be quite honest with you. I don't think the art style is very. It's not really my thing. Misha glares at no one in the space between us, and him my light bursts like a flash grenade. Using that chance, Misha runs full speed toward the gate. Still holding onto me, he reaches his hand towards the doorknob.
ダメだよ
Fair enough, a quite tasty one. Maybe sometime. But like, isn't it also still ongoing? Like those really long ones, when they're still ongoing, I feel I don't really want to get into those. I say reading One Piece, but like still. Yeah. The flash doesn't work on Noah and his arm is seized by him. That moment. Do not touch me! The strength leaves Misha's body in moments. He had never given up until now, but this brought his knees down to the ash. I fall from his arms on the impact.
もう話したりしないよ
Man, I don't even fucking know you! After I fell to the ground, Noah picked me up. He distances himself from Misha. With no energy to resist, I'm simply carried away. However, perhaps thinking of something, Noah stops.
ここで少し待ってて
Excuse me. Saying this, Noah gently puts me down, then he approaches Misha, who's on his knees and is trying to stand back up. I get a bad feeling. It's more like a hunch, maybe. But unable to speak, all I can do is watch this unfold in my waning field of vision. Oh no.
彼女元の世界に戻せ。でないとこのままじゃ彼女までこの世界に殺される。
悲しいな君はまだ僕という存在を理解してくれないんだ
He also apparently voices some character in Thomas and Friends, you know. The train Thomas in the Japanese dub.
僕は彼女にそんなひどいことをするつもりはない
I see. Well, it does make sense there would be a Japanese dub of Thomas. Umbilical. Yeah, I'm one of those people who reads more than watches anime.
これ以上彼女を独占しないでよ
Man, what the fuck is going
君は
on?
もう異形の姿も滅びの力もない存在無力で
No, if he's
無価値
actually
な
if,
存在
like, let him go into the human world if he's powerless now. Let him be a human again.
君はあっちで幸せになればいい
Yes!
これは僕からの
No, this is good. Let him go to the human
最後の
world.
プレゼント
If he's now human, if he's powerless and doesn't have that weird ash power, that's good. But like, also let us go. Noah, with the same face, gently places his hand on Misha's shoulder. With a kind smile, he thrusts his okay, no. He thrusts his hand into Misha's chest. Excuse me. I don't know what that one is, but I hope you had fun. Yo, a large pool of blood stains the land from ash to red speck. This game is 12 plus, not hello, please. Groaning in shock in Misha's chest, Noah's palm that's still inside of No!
バイバイミシェル
Don't go further than that. Hey, yo! Inside his body, something makes a crushing sound. Misha's body convulses violently once, then Noah removes his hand, dripping in red. A spray of blood rained down on a spot and he collapses, with not so much as a finger twitching. The only thing moving is the blood flowing outside of him. There's no sign of his wound closing. Excuse me! My voice goes hoarse at the horror. I gather all my strength to reach my hand toward him.
今までありがとう。
Sure, feel free.
今の僕には琴音がいるから。もう君はいらないんだ。
Excuse me. Nora grabs the collapsed body of Misha with one hand and throws him into the gate. I didn't even have the strength to cry, but I called to him desperately as his figure leaves my view. Noah seems so deeply happy and picks me up once again.
二人きり。そう。二人きりに。
Please get your fucking hands off me!
者はいない。だから今度こそ僕を救ってくれるよね。琴音。僕の愛しい愛しい最愛の人。
Hey yo, what the hell is going on? Why is he so obsessed with us? Ew, 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 ew. Why are you so obsessed with me? 1 hour for one chapter. Maybe we'll actually be able to do it. If the other 2 are also just 1 hour. Sometimes just be how it be. Sometimes you just die in the space between worlds. Remaining in my ears. The sound of ash blowing in the wind for thousands upon thousands of years, and someone desperately calling my name only to be silenced. The voice of someone I cherish. And before it takes 4 hours for next chapter. He's still alive. The first thing that leapt out at me was a ceiling of familiar hue. This place. Enchanté's empty room? Why am I in a place like this? I can't remember. My mind is a hazy fog. I was... Mans I did! What was I doing? Up until now, where... The questions repeat several times. An intense pain pierces my chest. It resurrects my memories in an instant. How are you still alive?
バイバイ、ミシェル。
I recall the memories pouring out from my mind aren't from a dream. I sit up immediately. Listen, if that other guy doesn't have a very good reason for doing all this, I'm gonna be mad. I called her despite the pain in my throat, but I received no answers to my cry. I mean, how would you? Today, what's the date? What time is it? How many hours have passed since she was taken into that world? Not as wrong. If I have time to think about things like that. My body was in anguish, but I spurred myself on and managed to get out of bed without falling to the ground. How are you still moving? After rushing out of the room, I staggered down the stairs. I nearly slipped several times, but I finally make it down into the shop. Unlike the usual scene, the owner, this is a lonely space without her. Standing in front of my objective, the room at the gate.
Yeah.
Hey yo! Move!
丸2日、君はピクリともしなくてね。さすがの僕も焦ったよ。
Oh shit! Oh no! 2 days. For 2 whole days, I left her in that world. Both despairing and impatient, I continued to walk forward. The answer was clearly written in a panic on my face. Blocking my path, he approaches me and speaks with a tender voice. We don't have time for your stupid coffee, Rindo! I'm in a mood for Rindo's interrogations. It feels like I'm in a feverish delusion and I only have one thing on my mind. I brush Rindo aside and head towards the gate, but he grabs my arm with ease with one hand.
君の焦りがわからないとは言わない。彼女の身が何より心配なのもわかる。けどね、少なくとも今の君にできることは。
Stop being right. Stop making sense.
離せ邪魔
My way. I tried to shake off Rino's hand as I screamed my emotion, but my arm can't budge a thing. A strange sensation. If I recall, even compared to Canis and everyone, I have more strength than this. Rino's an ordinary human, yet he's easily restraining me. I shouldn't be this weak. After all, whatever I am, I'm non-human.
いつもひょうひょうとしていた君がそんなに取り乱すなんてね。とにかく今は冷静になる。
Well, I guess maybe he is back to being completely human now. That's what I wanted to do. Rino releases my arm as he gives his advice. He urges me to look, and there, looking down on my own body. He is! The first thing to enter my view is my fingertips. They were round and lost their edge. The robe and clothing that usually adorns me, they've disappeared. Mishimo I miss her. Cause goddamn it, oh, what happened to his hair? I nervously touched around my ears and felt no indicator of my horns. Then I become aware of my body. Hey, yo, bro!
No.
Why is his hair so white, though? No longer did I hold the form of the demon king of Café Enchanté. All that's left is the convalescent, this form of a frail, weak human. Although not so unusual to see, as I utilized magic to imitate a human much like the one I am now. He's pretty old, he's gone dry from stress. But during the time I was unconscious, I couldn't have been able to do such a thing. I have a bad feeling. Right away I tried to gather magic power into my palm, and it didn't matter what kind, just activate any sort of magic. There's no sign of magic or even magic power collecting.
理解できたろ？君が寝てる間にね、アスモデウスにも見てもらったんだ。
Who the fuck is Asmodeus?
今の君の体は全ての魔力を失っているそうだ。その姿といい。
Hold on. Who's Asmodeus? It's not important, but like who?
今の君は正真正銘ただのどこにでもいる普通の人間になったんだよ。
I don't remember. Oh yeah! Asmodeus from Asmodia, right? Of course. Yeah. Brain cells, nowhere left to be found. After living tens of thousands of years in a grotesque form.
ミシェル・アレックス。これ以上
He had a light
彼女
introduction.
を独占しない。
Yeah. Brain cells.
君はもう異形の姿も滅びの力もない。
Good thing I have you guys.
無力で
I know what playing, but I don't know. Fuck shit.
君はあっちで幸せになればいい。これは僕からの
You say parting gift, but I'm going to see you again and then I'm going to punch you in the face. Believe
バイ
me.
バイミシェル。
So what did he do? Did he just take my magic power core or something? But I mean, we still have our heart, right? A chill shoots through my body and I immediately place my hand on my chest, but I still feel a pulse. I realize then that this hasn't killed me. Why would it be so violent then if he just took the magic power? I really thought like he took out his heart, like just grabbed it. From what I heard, I was covered in blood and completely naked. I was collapsed like I was dead in front of the gate. My horns, claws, robe, everything. It was all made from magic power. It was part of my non-human form. If it's gone, that's all the evidence I need to know that now I'm completely powerless. It's true I wanted to return to my humanity. Just a short time ago, the thought of being able to spend more time with Kotona would have brought me to tears. However,
このタイミングで無力な人間なんかに
no, at this time losing the power I had, it's simply misery and nothing else. The young man Konoha took all of Misha's power of normal form and magic, which brought Misha back to his former normal human form that he lost tens of thousands of years ago. If I have to read tens of thousands of years one more time, I'm going to be mad. Like, I keep tripping over it. I stagger as I head toward the gate, and this time Rindo doesn't stop me. Yeah, that's right. Having power or not doesn't matter. As soon as possible, I need to go save Kotone. I need to gay. I promise after all.
俺が
Help me. What's going on with my brain tonight? What? I go speechless, and before my eyes, the gate that should be closed clatters and shakes, and leaking from the slight gap from another world, the wind of ruin. The room exposed to their breath is filled with grey smoke. As I stand there confounded, Rindo, eyes cast down, mutters behind me.
このゲートに限ったことじゃない。
Oh no.
今やすべてのホールや亀裂、人間界だけじゃない。他の異世界のそのすべて
It's
が
seeping into the other world.
君がいた世界に強制的に繋がってしまったんだ。
Great, that's great. A sad world that ushers in death by simply existing within it. No longer non-human, having become a human. If I set foot inside, and the result of that, I know better than anyone that would happen. However, still, no, we don't do that. Even if I die here, no. I want to save her. I need to save her. I'm going to save her. Repeating this in my head, my hand reaches toward the gate. From behind, Rindo restrains my body and drags me back to the shop. Then,
いい加減にしろ。
hey, yo! Rindo! Please, stop. Calm down, okay? He slams me against the wall and punches me clean across my face.
なんで何も言わないんだ。今の君に何ができる。この僕にすら劣るような
Jesus
君に
Christ!
彼女が助けられると思ってるのか。
Don't get violent with him. Rindo takes a big breath, then tightly clenching his fist.
頼れよ、僕たちを。
Yeah! Let's all work together.
ここで君があの世界に向かったところで無駄死にだ。彼女だけ
He's
じ
so
ゃなく
mad.
君は僕たちに友人すら失わせるつもりなのか。
This unusual anger of his shakes my mind violently. I look to the gate. If I'm being honest, I just want to jump in this very second. I don't care if I die. I need to save her, that's all there is. But right now, if I died now, it wouldn't help her at all. His yelling reminded me of that reality and allows me to find my composure after I had lost sight of what I need to see. I rub my stinging cheek, take a deep breath, and let out a laugh, sudden and awkward.
ちょっと殴る力強すぎない。俺一応
You kind of deserve it, but also Jesus Christ, the sound effect sounded violent.
魔王様にはこのぐらいのお灸がちょうどいいだろう。
Rindo's arm gripped to my collar begins to relax his strength. Then we start talking about what happened, including the time I was absent. Okay. Give me the deets. Ooh. Kotuna went missing most likely the night before last. From what I heard from you, it was around that time the young man called Noah dragged her into the gate. We arrived at Enchanté the next day. After realizing she was missing, we put our efforts into trying to locate her. Okay. At that time, Ignis and Canis had been searching for you, also returned to Enchanté. We made a thorough sweep of the surrounding area, then the entire town, but there was no sign of her anywhere we looked. As a result, none of you checked the fucking plate before spending the entire day searching a town? Are you kidding me?
つうことは、ああ、やはり異世界に向かったのだろう。
No brain cells. No one in this fucking group has any brain cells.
ゲートを一人で自分からくぐるとは思えないし。
Also, she can't go through a gate by herself, Karia. You should know
やっ
this.
ぱり 天崎島の時みたいに変な現象で飛ばされたのかな。
Unless it turns out she's actually not completely human. But I think I can throw that theory out of the window. I think by now we know that she's just a normal human.
だろうな。帝が開発したという装置が反応を示した以上、飛ばされた先はミシェルのいる世界が最も可能性としては高いはずだが、それも断言はできん。
一番手がかりになりそうな装置の録音機能とやらも大半が雑音ばっかりだったしな。
As Ignis said, the devices installed by Mikado may be influenced by your world or maybe just a coincidence. They mostly didn't pick up any decent sounds.
しゃねえ。できることからやるしかねえな。
現状の我らにできることはせいぜいその程度だな。
Thus, Canis went to Meteor, Ignis went to Bestia. Each returned to the homeworld to try and find her, but sometime after they both had left, an abnormality occurred. Suddenly, an fierce ringing sound. Oh my god, a fierce ringing sound assaulted the ears of the entire world, and with that signal... Oh no. Those fishes made an appearance in the human world. Of course they damaged their surroundings, but in some areas Sparta even appeared, causing a major panic. Everything was in chaos. Government agencies globally, including the GPM, were overcome. I actually thought it was my tinnitus for yeah! Even worse, the gate at Enchanté and the GPM's wormhole, all connections around this world to alternate worlds were overwritten and only provided a connection to your world. It's likely that gates in other worlds were no exception from this. That means Canis and company can't return to the human world. Oh no! But wait, Bestia still has one wormhole at least, right? The human world, realizing the situation at hand in this world and others, Misha sighs or nods.
つまり
Oh my god, no!
各世界の
He looks...
侵食
No, this looks wrong. His sprite looks so wrong!
世界の侵食。言えて妙だ。
Why?
ところで、今ミシェルの言った終わりの世界っていうのは、
ああ、俺が勝手にそう呼んでるだけだけどね。便宜上、俺の本当の世界の呼び名だよ。
なるほど。それにしては名は体を表すというか、随分なことをしてくれちゃってるけど。
I'm aware of that more than anyone. Misha grumbles and holds his temple.
ともかく、その世界の侵食について、まずは原因の
But
特定
he's
をする
doing
べ
the
きだと思う
funny thing with his sleeve.
起き抜けで悪いんだけ
That's
ど、
cute.
ミシェル、今から GPM に
Is his hair a bit shorter? Definitely. Also, it's missing the funny swirls he had when he has his demon horns and everything.
原因というか、きっかけなら分かってるよ。
Putting Reno's surprise aside, Misha takes a deep breath and speaks these words firmly. It's as if he's telling himself for the first time as well.
あの世界が本当に狙っていたのは人間界ただ一つ。そればかりか。人間界の中のたった一人。
I feel like they're not quite sure which hair color to give him.
淡きことね。
琴音ちゃん。
そう。終わりの世界が彼女という
終わりの世界。へへ。
この世界の侵食ってわけさ。
And after receiving more information, Reno summarizes what he said despite his confusion.
つまり君の住んでいた終わりの世界、それにはもともと人格のようなものが宿っていて、
And what now?
それがノアと名乗り、彼女を自分の世界へと呼び込もうと
Noah is the entire world?
人間界へ侵
The
食。
identity of the mysterious young man, a cruel world that bestows death upon visitors. His true identity is the world of end times that Misha lives in itself. Himself. a lonely non-human personality dwelling there. For some reason he's fixated on the heroine. Oh no. Rino speaks awkwardly and Misha quietly nods with no trace of hesitation. Astonishment. He had no other words to respond with.
俺だって未だに驚いてるよ。
No, it's the entire world. Oh no, why would you do that? Here I was thinking maybe there was actually another human that survived alongside Misha. But I guess not.
どういう理屈でいつからあの世界に人格が宿って
Noah's Ark, yeah.
だけで彼女を求めたのか。正直さっぱりだよ。
You know what I just remembered? They never explained why Eel was able to find the Ark in the angel world. Because that was hidden by some kind of magic, but he found it, no problem. But I guess it doesn't matter, no one cares. For the time being, putting a conclusion simply.
一つの世界そのものが意志を持った人外で
Sounds like fun!
敵ってことか。
Such a thing can make a man like Rindo pray. However, just because of this, neither has a
あ
personality
の
to
世
give
界
up.
に普通の人間が向かったとして
Not long.
長く持っても24時間。ただそれはあくまでも配下。確実な死までの時間。基本は
Well, Kotona's going to be alive still, for some reason.
ノアは彼女を殺さないと言ってたし。
She's just in unbelievable
そこ
pain.
だけは例外だと思いたいけど。
And the truth is, Kotona was still physically active for a while after entering that world. But despite that, there's no guarantee that Noah won't harm Kotona. It doesn't change her dangerous situation.
カヌスとイグニスがいないなら、残った戦力は俺と君の2人だと。あれ、そういえばイールは一回も話に出てこなかった。
Wasn't Eel taken to the angel world?
ああ伝え忘れてごめん。イルも
あ
展開に彼女を探しにね。
Okay.
そっか。イルも。
After thanking everyone internally, Misha solidifies his determination again.
彼女を救うためには終わりの世界に行く必要がある。無策で突っ込むことはしないけど、その意志を曲げるつもりはないよ。
ああ分かってる。僕だって彼女を助けるために全力を尽くす。
Two normal humans! What will they do? Really nods in agreement.
さっき僕が言いかけた件 GPM でのことなんだ。彼女を助けることにつながると思う。その下準備をしてもらうから少し電話をしてくる。
Rino scans the outer wall of Enchanté, which fortunately had not been affected by fissures, then presses the call button on his phone.
ああミシェルが目覚めたから例のものの準備を進めるよう帝に伝言してくれる。けど本当にいいのかな。あのことをミシェルに伝えなくて。
The what? Huh? In response to Misha's question, in place of the busy Mikado, the person entrusted with his phone, rather the Demon King.
くどい
Hey yo! Hi!
あの天使イルが展開にさらわれたことは
Aha!
エセ魔王には伏せておけ。
He roars.
今エセ魔王は我が花嫁のことでいっぱいいっぱいだろう。そこに天使の問題まで挟んだらキャパオーバーするに決まっている。
Listen. If Eel somehow loses his personality just because it's not his own route, because he has to go back to the angel world, then I'm going to flip.
そもそもその天使本人が自分のことは後回しにしろと
I'm going to flip.
そうメッセージを残したのだからな。こんなけなげな願いを。俺様たちが変わる
Asmodeus is a bro. He's trying to marry someone he just met, so he's like, but he's a bro. Well, invasions on her aside, he's pretty good at reading the room. His character isn't so bad either. Rino's idea of Asmodeus improved. However, if the devices Mikado installed in each room didn't have a sound recording function, they likely would have misunderstood that Eel had also gone to the Wall of End Times.
では展開に戻るぞ。断罪の使徒よ。
To think that this was possible timing, Mikado's assistant. No, apparently an angel, Solitus, would reveal his true identity and whisk Eel away to the heavenly world. Of course, Rind was also worried about Eel, but exactly as Asmodeus said. Eel himself, just before being teleported by Solitus, had left such a message. Alright.
まさかあの天使が魔界にも伝わる断罪の天使だとは夢にも思わなかった。最強の天使である以上、大抵の
Well.
で突破するだろう。そもそも俺様たちに天界へ向かう手段がない以上、花嫁のことを優先するしかないであろう。
Rino can only nod at Asmodeus' sound argument as Misha rides in his car and heads to GBM headquarters. Away. Oh man. What are they going to do? Meanwhile, Heavenly World Cam. Oh no! I'm going to fight God! The garden of a world, a cold environment where change and illogicality are wholly eliminated. Standing at the center, the far-reaching summit of the tower where the mechanical god dwells. Ugh! Ah! Oh, what's going on? The voice that spins immaculate arias. I got ready for round 2. Now only performs strains of agony. From the threads of light restraining Eel's kneeling body flows acute pain directly tormenting the mind. Each time it shoots down, Eel's body leaps violently, bending backwards. Yet due to the tangling threads, it's not allowed the respite of collapse. Yo, God! Leave my boyfriend alone! As Eel's screams ring out.
神よ、お待ちを。
The Apostle of the Oracle, Solitus, pauses the Heavenly World's ruler who inflicts
断罪
pain.
の人にこれ以上の負荷をかければ、基本行動にすら支障が出るかと。
皇帝、私も神罰の一時中断を決定した。これほどの苦痛でも揺るがぬか。
There is blood on my hands. Ooh. While the restraint remains in place, his torture divine punishment halts as strength leaves Eel's body. Since being captured by Solitus and brought before God, this torture was repeated countless times. However, still, he refuses to submit to God. Oh my god, Eel! Please! Ah! With no warning, intense pain flows again and sparks fly in Eel's vision.
神よ、な。
不快であると表現しよう。己が
However, Eel, still refusing to allow it to happen, tells of how meaningless the torture is to him. God determines his right away and employs different means. What the fuck? In the floating world of Cam, a phenomenon that could never occur, an earthquake shakes the tower. Around the tower, the sky of Cam echoes with a sound like a scream, along with a howl like someone's voice that shakes the entire world itself, the closest floating sector to the tower. Uh-oh. Together with fluttering ash, is instantly swallowed up into a fissure that suddenly appears.
これは一体。
Even God is unable to grasp the situation, collecting information from all angels' minds. However, faster than that, the answer to the phenomenon visits. In the always lit sky of Cam, a new fissure forms. From the gap, much like a hologram, the world scenery appears. Oh no! At the voice flowing from there, Eel instinctively raises his head. It was, right now, the image of the two people he's most worried about. Misha carrying Kotone is better. More than that, Kotone is weak and looks like she might stop breathing. During this, Misha talks to her about his cruel past living in this world he calls the World of Enter. Ah! Wrong button. Right when he thinks this, the scene quickly changes!
それなら教えてあげる。あの大災害の名は人々と君が僕につけた名はこの世界のノア。それが僕の名前だよ。
Oh. I didn't read that correctly the first time, I guess. A young man suddenly appeared. The young man calling himself Noah persistently pursues Kotone.
バイバイ、ミシェル。今までありがとう。でも今の僕には
Why would an entire world be so obsessed with one single human?
もう
Especially if that one single human obviously only came into being a few years ago, and the world has existed for several thousands. After stabbing Misha through the chest, he throws his body into the gate. He despairs, leaving Kotone behind. After witnessing this chain of scenes, Eel, his captured body, shakes. Could this be what's happening to Misha, or could it be a scene that already occurred? However, why? Was Kotone in Misha's world? He immediately understands the reason. Obviously, Kotone is either hella rich or hella hot the multiverse over. Ah! In front of Eel, who understands and laments, God calmly observes that scene and produces a
今の
conclusion.
映像と現象にて理解し、そして事態は予測よりもはるかに深刻だと判断する。
Good fucking job!
おそらく数時間以内にあの区画に起きた現象がこのカエルム全体に広がるだろう。ノア、よもや
Oh!
数万年以上の時を経て
Oh?
その言葉を聞くことになろうと。
More backstory? More world building?
神よ、あの世界についてご存知なのですか？
皇帝、秘匿情報と
Yes.
していたが、
Tell me. You shall be allowed to speak.
状況が状況である。現時点をもってお前たちにも情報を共有しよう。
Yes! As God plays in front, a hologram produced with light rises up. While directly into Solita's mind, as Eel's connection is severed, the information flows as images and sound. Tens of thousands of years ago. Ah! Excuse me, I'm sorry. I know my microphone doesn't like me going that loud, but in the time of Genesis, when Misha Rex lived as a human, that civilization, that world, an event occurred collapsing it. Spatial collapse. Without any prior warning, this anomaly of unknown cause occurred. All lives and worlds themselves were swallowed one after another. It became a catastrophe that truly was the end of the world. Huh.
現在発生している異常と記録データを比較する限り、その原因は当時名もなきあの終わりの世界からの侵食が生んだものと予測される。そして人間はその大災害の原因を突き止め、あるノアの大災害。
A grand disaster that occurred during Genesis that threatened to destroy the world and space-time itself. In the human world, this has been passed down as the Great Flood that wiped out the world in the Book of... You know, remember that one time in the comment route when we were on a date with Eel and they fucking put Moses in there, I guess? They really like biblical references for this one. At the time I thought it was weird they put Moses in there, like, oh, parting of the sea, and then this? All of this? They really have just given up on being subtle about using the Bible. Yeah. To escape the catastrophe of Noah, humans at the time began a certain project. It was called the Ark Project. Ah! This is so funny. Even using technology in this heavenly world, it would be impossible to reproduce the gaze they loaded inside. Humans were sent on journeys to other worlds, using arcs to travel through space-time. It was a project to discover new lands unaffected by the catastrophe of Noah that humanity itself could migrate to. A project in the era of Genesis to send ships loaded with gates to other worlds in search of new lands to escape the catastrophe of Noah. Misha was one of the participants. On some ships, the strong obtained a greater right to speak. Some ships were loaded with many seats to develop cultures based on nature in the world they migrated to. Some ships were loaded with advanced science and technology from the human world. Each ship would reach its own world to build their own unique civilization. In the end, the human world was reduced to 8% of its population at the time. Avoiding total extinction and different development, a new civilization was built and the world restored. But where did Noah come from? In other
この
words,
展開をはじめとしたいくつもの異世界は人間界から分かたれたと言っても過言ではない。さらに人間界において人外と呼称される生物はソは箱舟にて流れ着いた人間であり、
haha.
彼らがあらゆる可能性の進化を遂げた存在であ
During
り、
Genesis, arcs from the human world reached many other worlds, and these newly arrived humans developed in new ways, changing into different forms. They are what are now called
この
non-humans.
カエルムで私に生産される天使も同様にな。
Oh, yeah, I guess we don't know that on this route. As if to show evidence, God reveals the history of Kelm as well as the process and materials to create angels. The crisis visited upon Kelm, the collapse due to angel annihilation. He speaks of the project for salvation, the plan to absorb humans as materials for angels. Based on the information from God, Solitos continues the conversation.
その救済実現のため、我らは幾度となく実験を繰り返してきた。救済用のホールを天界から人間界へとつなげるために。
だがそれが裏目に出たようだ。よもや我らの実験が終わりの世界を人間界や我が天界へみすみす近づ
Good
ける
thing
こ
God
と
is
に
an
な
AI
る
who
と
doesn't forget so easily. Yeah! True! Il couldn't ignore the words of God and raised his voice against him.
どういう意味ですか？
我らの行った実験は空間の境界を揺るがし、
So it's you guys' fault.
各地あるいは各世界にホールを頻発させるという影響を
God
与
damn
え
it.
た。重界ベスティア、あの世界がいい例だろう。他世界に比べてホールの発生頻度が異常なほど多いのは我らの実験結果とも言える。
Wow! Good
人間
job.
界へのアプローチはそれほど高精度に行えていなかったはずだが、おそらくあの終わりの世界とやらはそれを中継点として利用し人間界へと接近したと思われる。
現にお前の回収成功を見越し、救済前の最終実験として行った人間界天崎島上空で行った
Aha!
ホールの最終構築実験では終わりの
Interesting.
神よ、提供されたデータとあの映像の内容を照合するに自身そのものを終わりの世界だとノアだと名乗ったあの男は
皇帝世界の核に近しい存在と判断できる。
Well, that's one strong
繰り
enemy.
返される執着を意味する発言から予測するに、どうやら終わりの世界ノアは淡き琴音を狙ってその身柄確保が侵食開始の決め手となったか。ゲートの間に誘導したのは握手であった。
Good
よも
job,
や
God.
あの凡庸なる娘に我らを脅かす脅威との直接的な関連があるとは。
How indifferently God and Solitos speak of this. The world of end times Noah was aiming for Cotone. The heavenly world's experiments ended up lending a hand to Noah drawing closer. And that night, to recover him, Solitos sent Cotone to the gate. As a result, drawn into that world, Kotone, and trying to protect her Mishir. In his chest, blood and heat, a feeling he can't express rises, and he realized that Eel had forgotten about being held captive.
ケルナ、
何
ならば今ミシェルやコトネが苦しんでいるのは何もかもがこの展開あなたたちのせいじゃないか
He throws away the calculations of his mind and shouts as his heart tells him to.
よくも名ばかりの救済などのためにそんな身勝手な理由で
それじゃあさ、君の名前は？俺の名前はミシェルって言うんだけど。
Yeah, his hair's definitely shorter now that he's human.
そう、彼のこと少し俺に任せてもらっていいかな。
Go off, Eel! Show God who's boss!
私の仲間を家族を
Not caring if it tears up his body, Eel desperately writhes, snarling at God the culprit. However, no! His mind is unable to keep up with the massive shocks to his brain. The moment he breaks through the restraints, Eel loses consciousness and collapses.
我が最高傑作たる個体が見苦しい。深刻な不具合が
I'm going to
発
fucking
生している
punch
と
God in the
判断で
face.
きる。ソリトゥス、ロより専用培養層へと霊力を送る。回復次第、次回の神罰でこそ再接続を申請するよう痛覚などを高める処理を行う。
了解。御心のままに。
おいおいおい、空に映ったあの映像が何かと思ってダメ元で塔へ盗聴を仕掛けちゃみたいだ。
Solitors!
またとんでもねえ事実と状況を知っちまったな。
Oh, okay, here I thought Solitors would just bring Eel to Epilogi, but I guess not. Going back in time, Misha went along with Reno and arrived at GPM headquarters. All personnel are desperately dealing with the abnormalities occurring worldwide, and angry shouts ring out from time to time. Led by Reno, everyone gathers in one place.
Yeah, 魔王様。
He looks awkward
になっちゃったんだね。
as a human, not gonna lie.
正真正銘、ただの人間だよ。
そっか。なんというか。とにかく僕も驚きだよ。
Oh, maybe there's a chance to turn cool back into a human as well. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
でも目が覚めて本当に良かった。
Mikado and Kariya, Korodo, Misha could have predicted this assembly. However,
やっと来たか。魔界では世話になったな。エセ魔王。
hi.
ああ、いや、待て待て。もはや貴様に魔力はないのだったな。ならば、あえてこう呼んでやろう。
Demonless
魔王
king.
改め。これもきっと魔界で散々俺様をビビらせてくれた
うるさい。少し黙ってろバカ魔王。
いただろうか。
Kariya's firm kick to the shin, digging into a weak spot, stops Asmodeus' high energy.
先代の勇者と同じく俺様最大の弱点を
You must have heard a lot. Asmodeus collapses with force and rolls around in agony on the spot.
やはり年の割にはなかなかやるではないか。どうだ、これを機に魔王軍に入らぬか。
What part of just shut up for a second do you not understand?
誰が入るか。
あたたた、痛っ。ほんと痛いぞ。
Stepped on by a middle schooler, the man, ruler of the demon world, is also headbutted by the sea-like demon beast. this is the real Demon King whose title I borrowed. Right, it's because my appearance after using Mimicry happened to look like that. Maybe I made a mistake in choosing an occasion to misrepresent. Misha looks down at him and slightly regrets his past choice. Afterward, when Asmodeus stands back up with teary eyes, the discussion finally begins. Although perhaps because Rindo had sent word beforehand, sharing information with Mikado and everyone went very quickly.
終わりの世界への突入ね。
Yeah.
普段なら何なんて無茶ぶりをというところなのだけど、完全に死を無効化してほしいというわけでなければ、ある程度は実現可能だね。
本当に
こんな状況で嘘はつかないとも。
Mikado hits his chest with full confidence. He then removes something from a medicine bag on a nearby desk.
これは
人外抑制薬サプレシオ。
Oh!
人外のみが持つ特殊な力を抑制し、
A non-human control drug developed by GPM. It can suppress a cut of powers possessed by non-humans, allowing restraint of their actions.
詳細は省くけど、普段は危険な人外への対処に使っていてね。
Oh.
あの世界が正真正銘ただの世界というのなら、この薬は何の意味もない。ところがだよ、君からの情報を聞く限り、あの終わりの世界、ノア君は世界という名の形をとった。
Mikado says it with a grin, and Rindo standing next to him responds.
形はともかく生きた人外である以上、ノアの世界、いや体に対してもサプレッションは有効ってことか。
へへ。
そういうことだと思う。まあさすがにあの世界に薬を散布して攻撃、君の肉体に投与して受けるダメージの影響を軽減するのは可能だろうね。
Okay. Let's get drugged, I guess. Mikado announces that to do that, it was improved to liquid form based on data gathered from ash and atmosphere until now.
俺とこのアホ魔王はそのテストのために呼ばれたってわけ。試しにちょっと一滴触ってみたら、完全に体から力が抜けちゃったし。
自慢ではないが、俺様は一瞬意識が飛んだほどだ。
Oh!
本当に自慢にならないね。
まあとにかく投与する場合は純粋な人間にしかできないし、この作戦を実行できて、かつ終わりの世界に突入できるのはミシェル君、君だけだ。
俺だけ？
Mikado nods and gives him a
異
serious
形
look.
になり果てたとはいえ、君は終わりの世界で
That is true.
唯一生き残った人間だから、あの世界がもたらす死に最低限の耐性ぐらいはあるんだよ。
君以外の普通の人間にこれを投与して送り出したところで数分しか持たないってことみたいだね。だから僕もついていきたいところだけど、そううまくはいかないみたいだ。
I see. In tens of thousands of years, that world produced no survivors aside from Mishir. I'm going to start a fucking tens of thousands of years counter for Mishir's root. Reality isn't so easy as just taking a drug. Yet still, seeing there's at least a little hope of saving Kotonen, this was a godsend to Mishir.
ただ逆に聞きたいのだけど、君は大丈夫なのかい？
Why wouldn't he be?
あくまでこのサプレッシオは応急措置。もっとひどい言い方をすれば、
That's better than nothing!
効果だっていつまで続くかわからない。
Right?
だというのに、そんな薬だけを頼りに、それでも君はたった一人であの絶望に満ちた世界へ足を踏み入れるというのか。
Of course he will. He's for true love.
なあ、少しのためらいもないよ。俺は必ず彼女を助け出してみせる。
Oh my god, you know what I just realized? I don't have other breathing on. Hold on. Why? There we go. I was wondering why I was moving so little. Really vibing with Misha's jacket? It is a fantastic jacket. He got it from the grandpa apparently. Beyond anguish, beyond hell, understanding the difficulty that awaits, it didn't matter. With hope dismissing despair, he takes the suppressor without hesitation.
ではエセ魔王、出発前に俺様からも貴様に激励を。
よーし、じゃあアンシャンテに戻ろうか。
バイ。
聞いてください、お願いします。
And just begging, Misha reluctantly turns around. However, when he actually looks there on Asmodeus' face, none of his pathetic aura
いい
remains.
か、貴様は偉大なる俺様を語り、不尊にも魔王を名乗っていた身だ。だが、偽物でも魔王ならば魔王らしく、真の魔王たる俺様のように、欲しいものはその手で奪い取れ。
Okay. When told this, Misha is confused for a moment. Naturally, of course. Like a demon king, he makes a fearless smile. Aww. After this, Misha slips through the streets. There was confusion everywhere, brought back to Enchanté by Rindo. For the departure to the world of end times, they stand in front of the door leading to the gate room in Enchanté. Due to the absence of its owner and regulars, the shop is incredibly lonely. Only Rindo's there to see Misha off.
じゃあ行ってらっしゃい。可愛いマスターとの帰還を待ってるよ。それとうっかり死なないように。君が死んだら軽口を叩く相手がいなくなる。
No.
俺はもう魔王ネタ使えないから今後の返し方に困っちゃうな。
Saying this, Misha holds out a clenched fist to Rindo. Rindo understands the meaning of this and takes the same pose.
行ってきなよ、悪友。元魔王らしく大暴れしてきちゃえ。
そっちこそ人間界もいろいろ危ないんだし、自分の身は自分で守りなよ。
Ho ho ho. They bump their fists together. Misha stands in front of the gate ready to enter the world of end times. Then he injects the needle with the suppressor into his arm. A light pain spreads through his arm, but there are no major changes. This is because he's already a genuine ordinary human.
さて、向こうは世界そのものなんてラスボス以上に反則級な敵。
How would he know that he can reach our world though, if he's now a completely ordinary human?
対してこっちは無力な人間がたったの一人。
I thought that there was only...
具体的な救出
You know what, I'm just not even going to bother. I just read the game.
なかなかに絶望的な状況だけど。
Misha out of habit makes his usual gesture of fixing the rope he used to wear.
適当にちょちょいっとなんとかなるさ。
Mm-hmm. With the words he said to his friends on Amasaki Island in his heart, to search for the beloved owner, he sets foot into the world of end times. Da, 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 da. Oh, we're still alive! Maybe. I want to go home, to the shop, to Enchanté.
そっか。じゃあその願いを叶えてあげる。
What?
あのアンシャンテがあれば君はずっとずっと僕と一緒にいてくれるんだよね。
The what? The moment he sets foot inside, he feels stinging on his skin. Good lord, all these guys are thirsty.
入った途端に血ヘド吐くとかにならなくてよかった。
Right as Misha mumbles the words, he sees that the suppressor is having an effect. From the ash blowing in the wind,
ミシェル、戻ってきてたんだね。
ノア、
As if nothing happened, the enemy who took Kotone takes form. It's natural, all things considered. One could say this place is on his body. It doesn't matter where one tries to hide, they would always be found. Also, attacking this body wouldn't affect him as the world itself. In that case, Misha decides that he shouldn't provoke him. Extracting information is the best plan.
ミシェル、どうして戻ってきたの？
To get Kotone back!
どうしてって、君がそれを聞いちゃうの？
うん。だって
It bothers me that the black things on his body are not the same height on both sides.
せっかく僕が人間界で幸せになれるようにってその姿をプレゼントしたのに。
His honest confusion and his sense of kindness are brought with ill
じゃあ
intent.
それに答えるためにこっちも質問。琴音は生きてる？
生きてるよ。この世界と、いや、僕そのものと。
Man, why are you so obsessed with one human girl?
どうか？
His understanding couldn't keep up with Noah's words, but without regard for his response, Noah seems like he could start singing, as he seems to have a happy tone about him.
彼女は今、不要な人の姿を失いつつあるんだ。最後に残されるのは意識のみ。彼女の意識と僕の意識。彼女と僕はまさに一心同体。共にこの乾ききった永遠を生きてくれる。僕を孤独から救ってくれるんだ。
Excuse
なるほど。
me.
それが。
So he just didn't want to be lonely, but why would he need specifically Kotone for it? Noah's feelings for Kotone. It's clearly a train of thought birthed by pure insanity, and despite a chill running up his back, Misha lets out a small sigh and continues his words.
それじゃあ、俺も君の質問に答えるよ。なぜ君の敵として、俺ははっきりと正々堂々と言わせてもらう。救われたかどうかなんて関係。俺は君と同じく、ただひたすら彼女を求めて、この。
You guys are talking so slowly. Faced with this, Noah's expression does not
そ
change.
っか。どうせできやしないんだ。特に止めたりはしないよ。
His ashen body scatters and he quietly disappears in front of Misha. No, to be precise, he began to observe Misha from both land and sky. He probably thinks that Kotone can't be found and is confident in that assumption.
この何もない灰の大地から彼女を見つけるか。
In the past, such a feat wasn't fulfilled for tens of thousands of years and he gave up. Even when he learned to stand again, it took more than a few years, and now in this moment he has to do it all before Kotone's time limit arrives.
とにかく歩いて歩いて歩きまくる。
Okay.
今の俺にはそれぐらいしかできないよね。
He realizes there's no other play. He solidifies his determination, and Misha once again sets out on his journey through hell. Great!
あんまりだよ。僕から君を奪おうとするなんて。ミシェルは贅沢者だ。これ以上何を望むって
Are
いうん
you
だ
kind of greedy trying to keep us to yourself? It's dark, I don't know where I am. He's the world of end times itself, that's what Noah told me. Each time he speaks gentle words, my body slowly crumbles away. At first fingertips, next feet. What silently approaches at the collapse of my body is fear. Not feeling pain is actually terrifying. I was quiet the whole time until he spoke to me. But the word Misha he uttered finally caused me to raise my head. There, with a childish expression tilting his head, looking much like Misha but very different in expression.
不思議だよね。彼の考えていることがまるでわからない。僕とミシェルの何が違うのかな。僕だって彼と同じくもともとはただの人間だったのに。
Thank you for the hider time. Is everyone just going to turn out to have been a former human? Bro. Human. When I instinctively ask, Noah smiles happily.
嬉しいな。僕のことを知りたいって。君は
Yeah, I want to know why you're so obsessed with me.
それなら君には特別に見せてあげる。
Show
も
me.
ちろん僕の記憶だよ。
Oh boy. Okay. Now I'm interested. Ah. No. You should cut your nails sometimes, bro. Quietly, with no sound, Noah extends his hand. Much like a dream I saw before, it melts into my chest. I hate that sound. No, I might be the one being drawn into his ash body.
さあ、おいで。僕の記憶の世界。そして君。
Much like singing a lullaby, with his soft voice slowly, my consciousness is invited into memories of Ash. The noise got me again, me too. It's not a very nice sound. So, how was he a human before? With a prickle, my closed eyes react to the light ahead. The radiance is too strong. It won't allow me to sleep. Praying that it won't injure my eyes, I slowly push my eyelids up. There I notice I'm standing in a place I don't recognize. Strange light spills around me. Mysterious symbols written on the walls and floor move like they're alive.
すごいな。まさかこんな場所に何の才能もない僕が連れてきてもらえるなんて。
I recognize my voice, and I finally realize right now I'm me, but not me. I'm seeing Noah's memories through his eyes. I have no horns, wings, or anything, a common normal human, unaware of the concept of non-humans. It's a time when he was an ordinary human, a sad memory. His line of sight traces his surroundings, then goes to a man wearing a black robe walking next to him. The human Noah speaks to the unknown man with a smile.
各分野に特化した専門家しか入れないっていう祭壇ですよね。最近発見された異世界についても調べてるっていう。本当に僕なんかに手伝えることがあるんですか?
The man doesn't speak but nods. The time when Mishi and Noah lived as humans, an era called Genesis. Science and technology like a sci-fi movie with magic in every form of the mysterious. Such things like this, like the natural, grafted into people's everyday lives. It was a civilization overflowing with wealth and brilliance, not unlike a city of gold. It seems Noah's memory here is before Mishi's birth, likely a few decades earlier. At the time, the human world had just barely recognized the existence of other worlds, beyond space-time, completely different unknown worlds. At this, many admired the romantic sound of it. Large numbers of people of pure curiosity began research all of the ways in which they could be reached. Born into this era, Noah is truly ordinary, with a bit of yearning at the sound of other worlds, quiet and gentle, young, family-loving man. Was brought to this place when he became an adult. This place called an altar was something like a head temple, consolidating the technology of Genesis. The people working here followed the faction they belonged to and the specialized facilities for research. Noah was brought to this altar by someone from one of these factions. From what he said, he was scouted directly by this faction and was supposed to start working here. Oh. He's gonna get hit with some good old human experimentation, right? While filled with such questions, Noah was genuinely happy. If he could be involved in work relating to other worlds even a little, as a sincere man, he thought of ways to repay the faction that selected him. Anything his ordinary self could do. To give it everything he had, he worked fervently every day, without even a shred of doubt that it was all for nothing. His cruel fate began to visit him several years after starting work. Don't go there, don't touch it. Created by his faction as a prototype, Noah had come to study what is now called an artificial wormhole. If you're that interested, you should take a closer look. At the suggestion of someone in his faction, Noah, careful not to fall in the wormhole, cautiously approaches and peeks inside. Of course, its inside can't be perceived, and he doesn't know the destination. However, humanity would eventually move through these gaps in space to go on adventures to other worlds. He heard that presently other factions were already developing means with which to move through them. Just imagining the sight, Noah's eyes glimmer like a child. Then he, by someone from his faction, the man who had scouted Noah that day, shoved him from behind. Ha ha ha! Who would have fucking guessed? Before Noah could even understand what had happened, Noah's body, with no means to stop, was sucked into the wormhole before his eyes. It was too abrupt. It only took moments. The man who pushed Noah in started snickering on the spot. I put the tracking spell on him. If successful, it's a big achievement for us. You found a great disposable pawn and such. This right. This scouting was all for this moment. The people in that faction didn't have the slightest interest in him for his scholarly talents. They only dreamed of bringing about a new area of the otherworldly travel. The sense of ethics had long collapsed. They were but a group of mad scientists. To them, Noah was just to check if the human body could endure travel to space-time. He was a test subject. There was no reason for choosing him. It was nothing but happenstance. After his treatment, Noah was swallowed in a wave of space-time for quite a duration and arrived at, rather he was ejected into, nothingness. There was no life, land or atmosphere. Something before a world takes shape, a space of nothing. After arriving there, Noah, much like Mishir, no, more than him in the worst possible way, he lost his human form. Unable to even scream in pain. Endless expansion of his body. Enough to fill that space of nothingness that should have no bounds. Without pause he stretched. Until a certain time, his expansion finally stopped. However, as the price, his body withered completely. As a result... That's right. Noah didn't suddenly become a personality He didn't wash up on this world and end up combining with it. He is the entire world. That's fucked up.
ミシェルが環境適応として異形になり果てたのと同じように
That is really fucked up.
僕は終わりの世界という世界そのものになり果てたんだ
What's likely the voice of the Noah now, showing me the memories echoes out. That was the signal for me to wake up. Like peeling away from Noah's body that I was being assimilated into, I regained my consciousness. Noah. No! Why?
やっぱり嬉しいな
I'm so sorry.
僕のことを知ってくれてすごくすごく嬉しいありがとう
It's fucking with you. I don't know. I was like, hey, yo. You know that user? She doesn't like spiders. Let's give her the spider VTuber. Twice. He in front of my eyes looks similar yet doesn't to the him I saw in his memories. Of course that's the case. A former human reduced to the world itself. That's Noah's true identity. Originally, like Misha, he was a human born during Genesis. After being expelled into a space of nothingness, he was reduced to the world of end times itself. The form of him standing before my eyes right now is only an illusion created from ash. As though reflecting on it, the agony and despair from that time, Noah's face twists.
辛かったよ本当に辛かった言葉では言い表せないほどにせめてもっと綺麗な世界として生まれればまだ救われていたかもしれない
How would you have turned into a beautiful world if all you're filled with is
あるいは
despair?
一層自我や心まで消えてただの世界になり果てれば楽だったのに不幸なことに僕は人間としての意識だけは保ち続けてしまった世界になり果てたという絶望
That is actually not...
この過酷な空間に自分しかいない耐え難い孤独僕はそれに耐えきれなくて
But I still don't understand why he's so obsessed with Kotone now.
帰りたくて家族に会いたくてだから必死に身を揺らし元いた人間界へと手を伸ばして
As if reproducing it, Noah's fingers extend and caress my cheek, then... The moments of the Genesis civilization collapse appear inside my head. Cities crumbling one by one, people sucked into fissures likely connected to this world. It spreads further and further. Within days, the damage was on the level of most of humanity driven into the abyss of death. Hehe, yani.
けど僕のその願いは自分でも抑えようのない思った以上の力が働いて人間界そのものを崩壊させかけてしまっただから
Great.
途中でそれも諦めたそれは僕の本意じゃないから僕はただ帰りたかっただけ
But you're quite clearly destroying something now, so... ooh. He sadly casts his eyes down and gently places a hand on his chest like he's caressing his own heart.
僕が必死になったおかげなのか何も悪いことばかりじゃなかった
With the collapse of the world I caused, humans built arcs to escape and survive, and... I got to meet him. The other humans couldn't endure this world's environment. They all died before I knew it. Only he, despite taking an abnormal form, managed to survive in this world. I was happy from the bottom of my heart that I wouldn't be in solitude anymore. But he in a strange form, me in my world. Probably because we changed form to accommodate different environments, my words wouldn't reach him. He didn't acknowledge me. I was sad, but still, it was better than being alone, and I watched over Misha the whole time. Hundreds of years, thousands of years, tens of thousands of years!
僕を孤独にしないで一緒に絶望してくれる人僕にはそれだけで十分だったんだ
But that modest wish of mine, one day suddenly it crumbled away. Where he built grave markers on my body, a small wormhole opened nearby. I saw Misha peek inside it and... Here, you can have this coffee. One girl from the human world, my homeland. I witnessed the moment she saved him. I immediately thought
裏
this.
切られたなぜどうして彼だけが救われるのかどうして僕だけはその
Oh,
まま
I
なの
see.
か
Posture check. Okay. Posture check.
僕一人をキザにして人の心を取り戻した
I wonder if we can save him. Like give him back a normal human body. Destroy this world. The envy and jealousy made me want to tear apart this world, tear apart my own body. And on top of all that, he also found the gate loaded into the ark that fell onto me. Using that connected to the human world, he started moving his daily life into Enchanté. In this world of end times with nothing but wastelands of ash, he left me. Misha's heart was stolen by Enchanté.
彼はミシェルは僕を再び孤独にしたたとえ温かみのない灰だとしてもたとえ死をもたらす風だとしても彼をずっと見守り寄り添っていた
He literally didn't know you were there.
あんなにもあっさりと
Jealousy, envy, hatred. I can't understand or empathize with any of his anguished words, but still, I can tell to a painful degree that his suffering is not fake.
けどそれでもいいんだ彼が救われたならそれもまた
Also, if he can take out all of Misha's magic power, couldn't he turn himself back into a human again?
ことね君もそう思
Or
う
is
で
that
しょ
just wishful thinking?
彼がミシェルが救われるのなら僕もまた救われるべきだって
guess.
ミシェルが手に入れたものなら僕も
It
また
bothers me that
同
his
じ
nails right now look like their normal length when in the earlier CG he had those claws. With kind, passionate words, Noah, gently, like touching something beloved, caresses my cheek. I'm unable to move.
だからね
Oh, that's why he is so obsessed with me, because Misha by
僕は
chance
君が欲しい
saw me through, saw her through the fissure. Okay, oh wow.
ミシェルと同じように
Man, she's just a normal human.
一緒にいてほしい。君のためにできることは何だってしてみせる。たとえ今できないことだって必ずいつか形にして
The world I
君
want
の思う
is
世界を
already
作ってみせ
exists,
る。
and you
だから
took me from it.
どうか僕と一緒に、どうか僕も一緒に。
I can't speak, I can't answer, but still, the pure sadness I feel from him for me to cry tears of sympathy, that sorrow was more than enough.
ことね、僕は君を何度も求めたんだ。でもそのどれもこれもが君に届くことはなかった。どうしてダメなのか。どうしたら君は僕の手を取ってくれるんだろう。必死に考えたよ。そして思いついたんだ。ミシェルが救われるなら
It's just getting on my nerves because the way he speaks is so slow.
だからこうして僕は僕を作り上げた。顔も体もミシェルをもとに僕を形作っていって。
My guy, I want to save you, but we needed to get it done today. So get on it.
声も君が気に入ってくれる
Oh my god!
限りなく本人の声を再現した。
まあ思ったほどうまくはいかなかったけど、でもその強い思いがあってこそ僕は今まで概念的存在だったにもかかわらず、こうしてそのきっかけとしてはミシェルの裏切りも悪い結果ばかりじゃないのかもしれない。そうでなきゃほら僕は琴音とこうして触れ合うこともできなかった。
Softly, Noah smiles happily from deep within. It's fleeting, but it's a sad expression.
ねえ、琴音。ひたすらに君を求めるこの気持ちはきっと恋とそう呼ぶんでしょう。僕はきっと
Yeah. I'm not quite sure if I would call it that. A gentle whisper, an unexpected confession, Noah's emotion directed at me. It's the one feeling for someone dear. But is that what this really is?
君が好き。
I would like you to not kill me.
琴音、君は
Even I, the same as Noah, not any less than he. I have someone I desperately seek and wish to meet. Misha, I get it. You want to be a non-human again. We're up the shit. I gotta work in the morning. Come on. I can't say that name with my mouth.
そうか。もう声を出すこともできないんだね。大丈夫だよ、琴音。僕らにはそんなもの必要ない。
See, you're making great use of the newer Engi emote.
僕たちは一つに溶け合うんだ。境も何もない。さあ、おいで。
Oh, look, it's a new sprite.
僕を救っ
Listen, you talk too slow. If no one embraces me again, I know the faint senses I still have will quietly vanish. The person called Kotona Awaki, everything, will turn to ash and disappear. Body, soul, thoughts, everything. Yeah, as a person, Kotona Awaki right here has died. Excuse me? As usual, I have no idea where Kotona is. That's a great. I can't afford to not take action just because of that, though. Misha, would Kotona fucking. For now, I'd advance toward the place I used to spend my time by the grave markers. I simply walk on through the clinging ash, continuing through the wasteland. An absurd stroll, a solitary journey without end. If I let down my focus, the ash touching my cheeks will unsettle my consciousness. In that case, to distract myself from the hurt dwelling in my brain, I dig up memories of Enchanté as I walk along. Oh, come on, no! Shrouding myself in a Murukai spell, I finally managed to pass through the gate. My first surprise was the human world on the verge of ruin had developed into a form completely different from Genesis. To be honest, at first I couldn't believe it was my homeland at all. Then when I entered the shop I had met that girl in, there was no sign of her. Instead, a man who, despite his refined look, had a hearty voice and personality, Soan. He accepted me as a guest with ease, and I was in shock, honestly. But when I saw Canis in the backyard, I understood why he was so accustomed. I had also heard that one was the longest-serving non-human here. If possible, I wanted to be the first visitor from another world. Secretly, I've always been a little jealous. When I'd gotten used to the shop and world, I met Eel, who had fallen into despair. I had heard of him from a fallen angel I had attended to before. I knew he was the angel of judgment. At first out of sympathy, then out of feeling responsible for giving him a warped personality, I was concerned. I started looking after him. While I no longer remember them, having family must have felt like this to me before. By the time I realized it, I thought of him as my little brother. Before I knew it, Ignis and Rindo, they became regular customers of Enchanté. It was only natural for them to be around. Then, over 15 years passed. And I was finally reunited with Kotone, who saved me before. After passing through the gate, the moment I saw her figure and lovely eyes, I knew it was her right away. With too much happiness and emotion, without realizing it, I had forcefully embraced her body, but it's just how overcome with joy I was. As I think back, I sense a strange presence. I casually look up at the sky and, as if rebuking me, a sharp wind blows against me. In that case, the presence just now. I can't see his form, but he's there. Confident of this, I asked the world. To me, it was intended as a genuine question, but the reply to it was an even stronger gust of wind. With no moderation, the storm. It's violent enough to drop me to my knees. But in reality it is effective. As an ordinary human now, even the wind when blowing this strongly is a worthy threat. At any time, if he wanted, he could create Spartoid to obstruct me. Seeing how he's not, nor probably doesn't view me as an opponent worthy of that. He must figure there's no way I could save Kotone anyway. He's making light of me. Hell yeah. I force myself to stand and forcefully press on through the ash storm that obscures my vision. One step, two steps, even when I stagger. I move my feet forward with certainty. The moment I take my next step forward with enthusiasm, the storm around me suddenly stops. Oh, convenient. This calm feels unnatural. Don't tell me Noah's going to start something? At the thought I increased vigilance of my surroundings and from an unexpected place. At the worst timing, it came from inside me. It was almost laughable how I lost strength. I collapsed to my knees on the spot. At the same time, from my mouth, a large amount of blood gushes. The scattered blood is sucked into the ash like it's lapping it up. Oh, maybe the drug already wore off. The suppressors effect wore off. When I perceived this... As in the past, the pain I felt while being reduced to a strange form, that despair is revived. I scream and writhe around. My skin burns, the flesh under my clothes festers. Regardless of inside or outside, my whole body has a sharp pain like it's being torn apart. With each breath, I spit up so much blood. Because of that, it becomes difficult to inhale. The vicious cycle makes my breath painful. The ash falling onto my body sends deadly poison into me. All of my blood boils. My internal organs die. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts. It's so painful when doing it. I can't read that fast. An unending pain that creates this desire. It torments me once again. Well, maybe he'll actually awaken to his power again. Wouldn't that be interesting? Pathetically, I lose consciousness. For tens of thousands of years, I was living here as if it was normal to inhabit a place like this. I truly think that the time I spent living as that strange form was a frightening one. My field of vision oozes red, as though poison had been directly injected into my eyes. Stand up. If you don't stand, I scold myself like this, but if I move even a little, intense shock runs through my body as if I'm being punished for it. I don't have time to stop. I grit my teeth and while groaning I move my hand. Oh, it's a fucking cup! I bump into something. In my blurry vision, something that isn't made of ash emerges. I'm curious about the density I felt. While enduring the intense pain, I lightly squint and... How does that make sense? Why is it there? Ah, I see. I thought I dropped it when I was attacked by Noah, so this is where it was. That reminds me, for some strange thing, this thing doesn't turn to ash no matter what. I think this absent-mindedly. Touch it! I don't know what you will gain from it, but touch it! I'm gonna be honest with you, I think this is my favorite track from the game. Oh my god, bro! Seeing it, I remember. His eye? Excuse me? Who approved of this game being 12 plus? That's not all. Kind of violent. Being completely cloaked in lies, that's the being that is me. That's why. I see. I still have reasons why I can't die. Reasons to stand up and walk. An entire mountain of them. Feelings that overcome the pain well up. I apply strength to my arm. The crack of a bone breaking resounds. Oh my god! I put strength in my leg. The crack of a bone breaking rings once more. I raise my head and glare at the world. I spit out the bloody vomit and boldly smile.
Yes!
In this world that bestows death upon all, already riddled with wounds, all limbs in my vision, every part of my body screams out. But who cares about that? To see her, I would pay any price. That's...
Hell yeah. You go.
My body trembles enough to make me laugh at myself, but I put strength in and stand. I wipe away the blood flowing over my eyes and mouth and start walking again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With certainty, while heading towards death, I advance seeking a woman I can see. I shake off the intense pain running through my body with just one feeling. Oh, come on. Get the fuck out of my fucking chat, I swear to God. Get up, Misha, damn it! However... A large number of Sparta appears as covering the world, as though mocking my determination in trying to break it. Then... Wait? That has even reproduced my power. If I go near it, would I instantly turn to ash? I figure this is no time to joke and desperately go to move my feet. Of course there's nowhere to run. The incarnation of ruin approaches. What? What's happening? No! What's happening? What the fuck? How much can I resist turning to ash? Without giving up, Misha starts thinking of ways to overcome it when... With his arm grasped, he floats into the sky of the world of end times. Wondering what happened, he looks up and... Oh! He flaps his wings scoldingly as if to suggest he should know the answer. Baby! Hell yeah! The fallen angel makes a pouty, angry face unfitting for the dramatic scene. Misha weakly draws a smile when at the same time... An enormous slash of bright hellfire! All of the Sparta covering the wasteland turned to ash. After confirming the enemy was scattered, Io meets back up with Canis and company. Shut the fuck up, Ignis! The boys are back! Asking a question after recovering some stamina with Eel's magic.
Huh?
I do not fully understand what they mean, but it seems these three came to help me and Kotone. And understanding just how dangerous this world of end times is. That's good. Let's go find Kotone. There's no way we're going to finish this game today. And I can't go over my time limit. Damn it! I want to see the happy ending. Eel, you are so cute. They aren't telling him to withdraw from his world. Despite his inability to move decently, they're entrusting the search for her to him. They trust in him. He looks so small without all his fancy clothes. Misha nods without hesitation and scans his surroundings with his pained vision. All that exists are the endless graves he made over tens of thousands of years. Dig up memories. Making use of the screaming pain running through his brain, he finds an irreplaceable memory from over 15 years ago. Misha's a twin. You're right. You are so right. The place where the wormhole appeared, where he first met Kotone, that must be the place. It's only a hunch, there's not a shred of evidence, but Misha and Kotone and Noah, that place certainly connects all three of them. In that case, there's no choice but to try. With this conviction, Misha to the lives he once buried. Oh. After declaring this, he makes a certain request to Canis and company. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, final chapter. Huh? I'm going to go run. Maybe we can make it. That was the path the regulars took to reach Misha. Each was the result of their own story in each of the worlds. Oh? You can barely read that. Who thought putting this... Peaceful beast, yeah?
ちょっとイグニス、もっと丁寧に私を運べないの？
あのさ、わざわざ助けてくれてるんだし、この状況でそれはちょっと。
何よ、文句あんの？年頃のメスはデリケートなのよ。
うるせえガキどもだな。亀裂に飲み込まれたくなきゃおとなしくしてろってな。
Behind them approaches a fissure in space-time large enough to swallow an entire mountain. Under both arms, while carrying a demon beast girl he met in the past and also a boy, escaping from it, Ignis rushes across the icy field. At his back, weaker demon beasts similar to the boy and girl follow Ignis' lead and manage to keep up. The fissures are spreading across Bestia now, possibly related to the ease at which wormholes occur now. It's harder to find safe locations in this harsh and cold world. About the only place still safe is... Oh! Deep in a remote region, the homeland of Ignis Venetor territory is the only safe space. After the turmoil surrounding the search for Kododo's family, due to rumors from the girl he's carrying about him never killing, many of the wicked demon beasts didn't hesitate to answer Ignis' call to evacuate. After seeing them taken in, one after another by his kind, his fellow Venetor...
お帰りなさいっす、兄貴。状況はどんなもんすか？
Hi.
こっちに向かってきたスパルトイは全部燃やした。ま、どうせまた湧いてくんだろうけどよ。
Draw me. If you try to do any of your usual shit, I'm going to punch you into the sun.
全滅とまではいかねえだろうが、避難が遅れた奴らの生き残りは少ねえだろうな。
Most of those lost were the brutal, savage demon beasts like the Minotaur who rejected Ignis. Although the deaths are seemingly meaningless, it is still a loss. When Ignis says this, Romy hangs his head. He notices that his shoulders are trembling, so even this positive guy would get gloomy over such a ghastly situation. If Romy even blinks funny, nudging him into the stratosphere. When Ignis thinks this, he goes to pat him on the shoulder. Hey yo, look at his tail! The young man removes his bandana, throwing it to the icy floor and yells. For a moment he was unrecognizable. By storming the bandana, Dromi goes into a fit of rage. Well. 意味わかんねえ世界ごときだ全部中や世界を消滅させて何の血肉も残さねえな勝利するのは兄貴そう同じぐらいのバナルだ Well 差し置いて何をHe changes and shouts in succession. During this, upon hearing a disquieting term he hadn't heard before, Ignis grabs Dromi by the head, then forcibly turns his neck to face him. Uh-oh. That's one way to solve the plot of the different routes. That's funny. Dromi rubs his head and looks up displeased with Ignis. The past is past. Also, we kind of have the end of our worlds on our hands right now.
やべえ状況と、さっき亀裂に映ったミシェルたちのこともあるしよ。
He only has so much space in his brain to think about things. Dromi makes a face of discontent next to him.
ああ、あれ。やっぱりあの時の人間と真っ黒な男だったわけね。
びっくりしたけど、イグニスの知り合いなんだ。
Apparently they had come to give their thanks, and as the demon beast girl and boy appeared, the girl frankly says,
何よ。気になるんなら。
Alright, I
あっちへ
guess
行けばいい
everyone
じゃん。
saw those scenes through the fissures or something?
あ？
ちょっと自分で忘れてんじゃないわよ。あんたはイグニスはベスティアの最強なんでしょ。だったらちまちまとベスティアの亀裂から逃げたり、よくわかんない骨の相手をするより、元凶っぽい向こうにある世界を何とかする方がよっぽどいいじゃない。
うん。僕たちのことならここまで守ってもらえただけで十分だよ。もし他に魔獣が残ってても避難させるぐらいなら僕たちにだってできる。
So you should go, as the girl and boys appeal. I have to protect them. Those he always thought this about have a stronger look in his eyes than the other more savage demon beasts. With their words pushing Ignis, he rubs their heads and states his determination.
じゃあ、ここはお前らの強さに
Yes, bro.
遠慮なく。
However, before he goes to that world,
おい、ドローミ。
to his little brother obsessed with calamity, he offers words to dissolve his
今この
disbelief.
ベスティアはあの亀裂、終わりの世界に食われてるも同然だ。そのせいで弱者への差別も虐殺も魔獣たちの頭から吹っ飛んでる。つうことはだ、お前の目標だったこの世界のルールを任すことはもう叶ってるとも言えるんじゃないか。
Dromi makes a face as if to say that he can't accept the words of Ignis.
でも俺は兄貴に憧れのバナルにこの世
Ignis sighs at Dromi's staunchly zealous spirit.
お前の望み通り勝ってきてやるよ。
He says that while casually shrugging his shoulders. Not understanding his intent, Dromi makes a perplexed face at him.
どうせこの後あの世界に行くわけだしな。ミシェルたち常連仲間を助けるついでに俺があの世界をぶっ壊すなり燃やすなりで
Yeah,
勝ってきてやるっ
boy.
つってんだ。ベスティアに勝ったあの世界にさらに勝ちゃ実質俺がこの世界に勝ったようなもんだろ。
Ignis doesn't forget to mention that he won't become Vana, though. What outrageous logic. But also, there isn't any way to face off against such a dangerous world. Anyone would find Ignis' wild theory absolutely lunatic.
な
However,
んだよ。まさか俺が負けるとでも思ってんじゃねえだろうな。
the fanatic who was fixated on victory over this world, or Ignis' self-proclaimed little brother,
まさか最強の兄貴に燃やせないもんなんてあるはずないっす。
No, you don't make sense. While his dream of Vanna beating this world was crushed, if the choice was winning or losing against some nothing world out there, his big brother, the strongest, was coming out winning. That's the obvious choice, he thought. Thus, like throwing away his fate, returning to his usual form, Dromi says Ignis off.
いってらっしゃいっす。この射程ドローミー、兄貴の勝利を信じてお待ちしてるっす。
Oh my god. Very well, Meteor. Much like Ignis, Canis had also been fighting a threat that visited his homeland.
なんなのあれ。白くて細くて気持ち悪い。早く女王様のところへ。女王様ならきっと私
Aren't
たち
they
を守って
already a
くれ
threat
る
from
わ。
the fucking tree? A large number of Spartoi extend their hands to mercilessly hunt the powerless fairies. Powerful fairies. All of them are chopped down by Canis' single slash.
死を告げる妖精。助けてくれたの？
礼はいい。今やこの辺り一帯が危険地帯だ。早く女王のいる中枢へと。
Unknown to the fairies floating in the air, only Canis feels the land shake. Completely unaware of any danger, Canis takes the fairies in front of him into his arms and leaps backwards. As he lands,
変なひびが。私たちがいた場所に穴を。
oh,
いくら好奇心旺盛とて 断じて見に戻るなよ。あちらに落ちては助けられん。
Cadence continues to shout at the fairies as he runs to escape the fissure. After evacuating them to an area near the core, he pushes them from behind, almost throwing them, urging them to fly. Yeet!
次がない。これではメディオを離れられぬ。こうしている今もおそらくミシェルと琴音が苦しんでいるというのに。
We sure are.
我は友のために何をすることもできるのか。
He recalls the painful sight of them in a huge fissure that appeared earlier, but as he's angry at himself for being so useless. From above gently, several flowers come floating down. He reflexively takes one into his hand.
お勤めご苦労様です。そのまま亀裂から適度に逃げつつ、こちらの話を聞いてください。
Oh?
ティターニア、ベンニーア、急にどうした？お前たちは避難させた妖精たちへの説明や指示に追われているはずでは。
それが一段落したので、あなたに声を飛ばしているのですよ。陛下。
カヌスよ。よく聞くがよい。そなたが休まず戦い、妖精たちを守ってくれたおかげで自己判断が困難な精神の幼い妖精たちの誘導はほぼ完了した。
というわけでカヌス、一時的にお役御免です。
はあ。
何？どういうことだ？確かに亀裂の影響は我にはどうしようもないか。
Just go.
未だそこから発生するスパルトへの脅威は残っている。我が戦わなければ他に対抗できる戦力は。
The tree.
それが複雑なことにあるのじゃよ。
あの亀裂に体をえぐられ、スパルトイにも傷つけられているせいか、再生力で負けていた世界中もようやく本格的に
Ha! I was right. The tree is fighting.
抵抗を始めたようでして。
自らの木々やソウルイーターを用いスパルトイを攻撃し始めたのじゃ。養分の吸収や再生よりもそれら元凶、いわゆる害虫への対応を優先したのじゃろう。
いまいましい世界人が姉さんの生命力を奪わず、化け物や亀裂とその身を潰し合ってくれる。僕にとっては最上の幸運だ。むしろもっと発生してくれていい。
世界中への恨みはわかるが、さすがに不謹慎じゃぞニーヤ。
No, Vinya is right.
ニーヤの主張はともかく、そういうことでこのメディオのことは
If the tree is fighting for its own life and wearing itself out, and then by the time it has done that, we will have saved the world, then that's good.
大事な友人たる琴音をこのまま死なせとうない。よって命知る。拒否権はないと思うがよい。カヌス・エスパーダ、死を告げる妖精ではなく、メディオが誇る気高き騎士として
ヘリア
友のもとへと駆けつけ、その命を救ってくるがよい。
ヘリ
ア。心得た。この礼はいずれ我が剣で必ずよ。
The wind.
Oh boy. Ooh, the heavenly wall doesn't look very good. Somewhat faster than Ignis and company, information of Misha and company's crisis flowed into this world. Several hours after that, a large number of fissures open in the sky. Due to them, one after another, many angels and sectors fall into the world of end times and are annihilated. On top of that, a large number of Sparta also go around destroying important facilities. Along with rising ashes, the perpetuity that God prioritized more than anything crumbles away, while God sends his oracle to the consciousness of angels under his control to deal with it. Solitus observes the progress of the Apostle of Judgment, unconscious and limp in a nourishing tank. The damage inflicted by God has almost been recovered. However, since before, the intense malfunction causing such resistance to God remains unsolved. Before Solitus can find an answer to that,
終わりの世界からの侵食速度が 予測よりもはるかに速い。よって即座に断罪の使徒を再覚醒させ。
The oracle from God, his voice falls upon Solitus' brain.
しかし神よ、断罪の人が次の神罰にて再接続を申請する可能性は。
He still hasn't performed adjustments to increase his sense of pain. Therefore, if he is reawakened, he will simply refuse again. Reading such a thought from Solitus' God.
可能ならば洗練された
His music literally sounds like it's from P5S. It does.
もはやその時間すら惜しい。
It would fit right in with the soundtrack, yeah.
リスクを承知で断罪の使徒の人格に私の人格を強制的に上書きする。
With that oracle, Solitus' thoughts freeze.
それは
単純な解である。
Man, God, can you speak a little faster? I'm running on a clock here.
私へと同意するようふさわしい私が私の思考を却下あるいは
No. That means, in other words, without waiting for Solitus to reply, likely using remote control, God, one of the nourishing tanks functions, the personality that the window floats up, and as though to fulfill that command begins to move on its own. Come on, Solitus! Do me a solid. Why didn't he suddenly try to stop him? Even Solitus doesn't understand. Possibly because he predicted the unreasonable fate about to be performed, the Apostle of Judgment. He stirs like he's suffering. Seeing this, Solitus understood the intense emotion the Apostle of Judgment displayed before. Then, acting on the impulse born from his chest.
Yes! Do it!
Follow your gay little heart. He shatters the nourishing tank before his eyes using his spear. Released from it, the Apostle of Judgment tumbles out, embracing him. They escape by flight. Alarms ring out. Angels who received the oracle pursue them. However, Solitus' brain no longer hears such oracles.
たとえ聞こえようが、
Yes!
もう私には関係ない。
Yes! You are free! Likely before long, the wings on his back will turn black. While holding the Apostle of Judgment, Solitus glides at full speed, aiming for the first floor. Forcefully removed from hibernation from with wind hitting his body, the Apostle of Judgment slowly regains his consciousness. Memories of the intervention on his brain and what was about to be done to him remain, but he can't understand why Solitus opposed it.
Because he's gay.
私がどんな手段を用いても取り戻そうとしていたのは数千年共に両翼として生きていたゆえにお前が完全なる別人にそれもあのような神そのものになり果てるなど私は断じて認めん
Friendship.
Solitus flies out of the tower with no destination, just soaring as far as possible to let his friend escape, to keep his friend his friend.
His friend.
While various disasters befall calm in all areas, understanding the danger, the sight of fallen angels heading to the tower controlled by God.
エピロギさん、本当に断罪の天使を助けに行くんですか？
Yes.
お前らは複雑な気分だろうが、俺に免じて力を貸してほしいんだ。事情は全く知らねえが、あの時響いた仲間のためのあいつの叫びは兵器には絶対に不可能な命あるもんにしかあげられねえ心からの叫びだ。あれを聞いて知らぬ顔して放っておくことなんだ。まあつってもどう助けるかはこれから考えんだがな。そもそもあの塔への侵入をどうやって。
At the same time, the fallen angel leader Epilogi crosses his arms and ponders. He sees carrying the angel of judgment, the apostle of the oracle Solitus, flying out from below a cliff. However, from Solitus floats a panicked expression unthinkable of a true angel. Before he could even process what happened, the fallen angel leader Epilogi, an individual thought to be hiding in a base impossible to find even by God himself, he had seen information about him before, and Solitus, upon recognizing him by sight.
打天使たちよ、
我が魂にかけて契約する。神の処刑からお前たちの命を逃がすとここで誓おう。
おお。
その条件として我が友エルファド・デ・リエを何としても神の手から逃れさせよう。
He determined that his would be the best to save his friend.
Huh?
An unexpected contact from God's right hand. While he doesn't know the situation, there could be no better offer in the view of Epilogi. However,
いえ、その必要はありません。
without the Apostle of Judgment himself, no, Il refuses. He had recovered his bodily functions and manages to contort himself.
他に行くべき場所があります。私がずっと価値を証明したかった。彼らが互いに向け合うあの美しい感情を私はあの世界に奪わせたくない。
Yeah, there's no way I can make this
もう二度と
today.
私は大切な人たちを失いたくない。
Adil's powerful normal pledge.
神託の使徒様よ。あんたの気持ちは薄々察したがどうやらうちの最強の天使様は過保護に守られるほど心も体も弱くねえみてえだぜ。だいたい俺らの拠点に隠したところであそこもいつ亀裂に飲まれるか分かったもんじゃねえしな。だから見送ってやれよ。お前のダチだってんならその決断を誇ってな。
At Epilogi's persuasion, while Solitos hesitates a little with his newly budding emotions. Upon looking at Eel's unwavering eyes.
お前がお前として戻ってくるのならば私はその意見を肯定しよう。
十分です。ありがとうございます。
Yeah, we will do it.
ただ出立前にソリツス、神が用意していたという救済計画用のホール、その構築術式を私にも共有してください。実験に参加していたあなたなら詳細を把握していますよね。そしてあなた自身にもそれを使って協力してもらいたいことがあります。
When Eel requests this, the two don't understand his intention and make questioning expressions. Eel's about to open up an entire fucking portal in another world. As the three recall each of their arrivals here under their eyes in the wasteland of ash, the wind makes sad tones. Far above it in the sky, Canis, Eel and Ignis, in the formation surrounding Misha, each has reached their position. Under the feet of the three who can't fly, magic circles of light made by Eel float, holding them up.
それじゃあまあ俺の頼もしい常連遠慮一切なしラスボスの名にふさわしく思いっきり豪快に頼むよ。
At Misha's voice.
任せとけ。
いや
元からんな加減なんぞするつもりねえからな。
As once used in Misha, Eel's magic making communication possible, connects Misha and the distant tree's conversation.
あなたから預かった大切だという子、そちらも必ず私がアンシャンテへと持ち帰りますのでご安心。
When he receives a cry of thanks through the magic circle, Eel smiles, but Canis sends him a voice with some concern in it.
準備は万全だがお前の方は大丈夫なのか。この世界にはカエルのようにお前のエネルギーになるものがないようだ。
ああ、その点についてはご心配なく、たった今、故郷から供給しますので。
Isagun Eel says this. While enduring breathing the air that eats away at his lungs, he watches the sky of the world of end times. At the same time as his one wing beyond space-time, they play a melody that rings out through the world. Oh my fucking god, he's doing it, the madman! A fissure runs through the sky and creates an encroachment of the world of end times in a certain location. That was
オール発生の前兆確認。
Oh my
無事に開きそうだ。
おおっかねえ。今の音だけで寒気が走ったぜ。俺らもとっととおさらばしねえと巻き込まれそうだ。
Heavenly World Cam. Near the summit of the tower, in other words, near God, a fissure occurs. As it gradually spreads further. By God. Get fucking wrecked. The mechanical body of God who once controlled them, along with the rising ash, is worn away and begins to be destroyed. I didn't have a chance.
おのれ断罪の使徒ソリトゥス、私に逆らうだけでは飽き足らず何を。
At this shout, E responds
ソリツと
nonchalantly.
協力し合い、あなたが望んでいた救済用のホールを構築して差し上げたまでのことです。ただし接続先は人間界ではなく、この終
Eel,
わり
you're a
の世界に
menace.
ですがね。
And I love you for it. Eel shouts loudly.
さあ、傲慢なる神よ、あなたの身が滅ぶのと、我々がこの世界の侵食を止めるのと、どちらが先か。前者を拒否するのであれば、より多くの霊力を炉から私に流していただきましょう。
貴様。
Contrary to the voice of humiliation from the fish in the sky, spirit energy, the energy source of angels, flows into Eel.
というわけで、こちらの準備も完了しました。万全の体制で攻撃できま
Well,
すとも。
that's one way of getting energy.
いつの間にか随分としたたかになったように。
悪い笑顔じゃねえか。まさに打天使ってやつだな。
The three move to the positions indicated by Misha prior and focus their gazes onto the grave markers far below, for each to use their full power to drill through and pierce it. Oh?
それでは不在の林道の分は我が働かせてもらおう。我ら喫茶アンシャンテの常連が。
アホみてえに騒がしくて。
ですが、穏やかで楽しい日常。
今ここに取り戻すためノアよ、その扉を強引にでも開かせてもらう。
Oh my god. Yikes! The greatest attack unleashed by them, the grave markers Misha had built up until now. The world itself was bored through and creates a great breach with no end in the wasteland of ash. After seeing it through, Misha fervently raises his dying body then.
我らがマスターを迎えに行ってくるかな。
I will be fucking dead when I have to go to work tomorrow, but I want to see this to the end. He leaves from the magic circle and plunges down the hole into Nua's body. Hey yo, what? Who couldn't notice for so long, while tracing through the memories of Noah, the solitary young man. You just move.
Ooh, nice.
I saw everything, and I'm off. From the sky, from the land, from close by. I call, I shout, wanting to be noticed. Spewing blood, screaming, he suffers. I don't want him to die. I want him to return to the human world. I can't go back anymore. But neither my gaze nor my words can reach him anymore.
そう。これが僕が味わってきた孤独。
No, fuck
絶
you.
対的な
No.
僕と世界と同化した今の君なら。
Get me out of here.
でもね。僕だけは君と言葉を
What's the point of two people being stuck in solitude with each other?
僕だけは
Also, stop touching
君
me.
と触れ合うことができる。だから僕をアンシャンテが欲しいなら 僕が作ってあげる。
It's not the real Enchanté.
君がどうしても望むなら
No.
彼も
Don't you dare.
カヌスも
No.
いるみんな。
No stranger kindred could turn to another realm. Yeah.
僕と共に
No, we will not live here for all
永遠に二人で
eternity.
生
There's
き
a
て
cat in my room. Entirely with kindness, almost like pleading, he asks. I can't speak words or act or do anything to answer. In fact, even whether or not I'm still Kotona Awaki is unclear, now merged with the world. The only thing I know, after melting into the world, I'm no longer human. Never again, I doubt I can ever return to that Enchanté. I can never make coffee for anyone again. I can never make coffee for someone I cherish again. The cruel truth dulls my thinking even more. Unable to think, unable to answer anything. It would be less painful if my consciousness just vanished. That's how it feels.
さあ、僕のことね。僕になって
Fucking know you. Stop calling me your beloved.
僕のそばにおいで。君と僕の存在を
No.
より一
Noah reaches his hand to my consciousness, but while there's no pain, my body senses an intense impact. That stopped Noah's intervention on me. Due to Noah's calling, I didn't have the leeway to see my own body, and Noah was too fixated on talking to me and I didn't notice the signs of this. When he senses what's happening to his body, the big shaking, enough to shake both my and Noah's body, continues for a time. When the shaking stops, both me and Noah realize something with the same timing. This Ash Enchanté, someone is approaching. As if they knew the location from the very start. He approaches straight on with no hesitation. And gently, but surely, the tone announcing a visitor rings. My consciousness that was sinking into the world is pulled right back. To try to perceive the form, I strain to clear away my vision. There. He was there. Who likes to tease people? Who's good at caring for others? Who's so kind? My cherished Demon King. Can you keep your smart comments to yourself and just save me? Not just me. Noah, who's become one with me, also seems to be shocked. However, as expected or obviously, Misha doesn't notice my existence. He hits the unseen Noah with such casual talk, using tables and other things for support. He desperately advances through the shop. His consciousness wavers multiple times, and each time his face twists. His whole body stained with ash and blood. For Misha, who became a normal human, the situation is probably more painful than death. At such unimaginable pain, without thinking, I try to extend my non-existent hand to him.
無駄だよ。
Noah quietly
この世
announces.
界の僕の中枢にまでたどり着けたのが
Love conquers all. I'm going to reach him. Whether you want me to or not.
ここが限界だ。彼が気がつくことはない。ミシェルは絶対に見つけることができない。
Is that directed to me, or is Noah talking to himself? Exactly according to those cold, sad words, Misha doesn't notice me here. He spews blood and collapses on the spot. I want to help him. I want to extend my hand to get out a moment sooner to a safe place. There's nothing I can do. Simply alone, my despair at my powerlessness grows. For me, the person in front of my eyes, for me, a cherished person, Misha is being hurt. Noah, also likely confident that he'll end here, seems to have no intention to do anything more to him. Please, I want you to run away, contrary to my wish. Misha, was shaking, stands up and starts walking again. One step, another step. We made a promise to talk about everything. He heads to his usual seat at the counter.
君のコーヒーはしばらく飲んでなかった。いや、ほんと辛くて今なら何杯でも
I'll make you so much coffee, you never want to drink it again. As soon as you get me out of here, I swear. Right after smiling, Misha coughs a lot of blood up again. I've lost count of how many times now. At him. Noah looks at him strangely, like he would despair at my merging, demand my return, say it's unforgivable, that Misha would shout such things as he would of those thoughts. Wait, so Noah absorbed Cotone and all that's left is his soul, which is currently being absorbed. Yeah. But he didn't voice a single resentment and simply sits in his usual seat. That's my worst nightmare. Oh no! Don't worry, this is the happy ending. She's going to figure something out. Is it really? Yes! At his smile, what had become ash, my mind, my heart. Throbs, I feel like I've regained a pulse. Of course it doesn't feel very happy. Yeah, that's right. He's a regular customer of Enchanté. I'm the owner of Enchanté. Even if he's not a non-human, even if I'm no longer human. That changes nothing. Yeah, Café Enchanté is, for important customers, a place to greet them with a smile. So I answer, like straightening my vanished throat. Welcome. Oh my fucking god. No! Don't do that to me. It reached him. He noticed. My consciousness, vague if it was even me, is warmed by Misha's palm. The warmth of the cherished person that I thought I'd never feel again slowly unveils the outline of my existence. You turn the story around right now and make it happy, I swear to God. Yeah. In Ignis's route, she was hurt really badly. They don't care about that, no. They'll just slap more work on my desk and go, why haven't you done this yet?
すべて俺にコーヒーを入れてくれてありがとう。最初は君への恩返しばかり考えていた。今度は俺が君が幸せになれるよう力になって見守っていこう。
But Misha weakly shakes his head. I realize you're kind of dying, but if you could speed up that confession, I would greatly appreciate it, my guy.
最初は親愛だったはずの感情が別のものに育ってしまって。
Okay.
自分でもどうしようもなくなった。
That's kind of weird. Then after he takes a big breath, like he can't hold back any longer, he confesses. Wow, really? I never would have guessed.
愛してる。たまらなく愛おしい。
Who thought putting a line like, oh, my parental love evolved into normal love to you into this would be a good idea.
醜いそのすべてを知ってもなお。
Just genuine question.
温かなコーヒーを入れてくれた。このカウンターで待ってる。
I'm right here with a smile. Don't mind the tears.
全世界の誰よりも好きなんだ。
Lies, falsehoods, with none at all. This is Misha Rex's honest feeling. My pulse sounds again. Ah, likely Noah too feels the same as me right now. To touch him, to talk to him, yearning for his warmth so much it's sad. Then I too should do the same thing that his impulse says, with no logic, simply wishing to create. If you want to touch, create a hand. If you want to smile, create a face. If you want to speak... True. Me too. I like you too, Misha. I love you too. Create lips to tell him your feelings. Welcome, my dearest customer.
お出迎えありがとう。俺の愛しい。
Hello! No kissing at the chapter. At us.
なんでどうして僕の時は気づいて見つけてくれ
Noah shows himself, and in shock he looks his way in sadness.
どうしてか。俺それについてはただできるならノア君と
After hearing Misha's words, Noah...
友達
Boyfriend? No, I think it is supposed to be my friend.
友達
What kind of friend is there? Shows more surprise than sadness. In blank shock, he repeats the word he said several times.
それは友達になっていればもっと早く
No, dummy!
孤独や絶望から
まさか
At Noah's uneasy question, Misha shakes his head without
俺は
hesitation.
君と普通に笑顔で言葉を交わせる対等な関係になりたかった。
Let's all go back to the human world and live as normal humans. Huh?
それだけ。
Sounds good? At Misha's gentle, kind wish when Noah hears it, he places a hand on his chest.
そんなことそんな言葉君がただ僕が孤独でなければ何もかも他でもない君がそれ以上のことを望んでくれるの
Misha nods and answers.
だって君は世界だろうがなんだろうが今こうして生きてる。
He has a point.
言葉を交わしてる。
He has a point.
だったら友達でも何でも。
Always watching over him from an unseen place, yearning, jealous, and the Misha he hated, he accepted his existence for what it was, from Noah's eyes. Not ash, but clear tears spill out and fall.
まあ、俺たちの場合は友達になる前に彼女を巡る
Enemies to
ラ
lovers.
イバル
Wait,
同士にな
what?
っちゃったわけだけど、その決着さえつければ今からでもきっとなれる。互いの寂しさを埋めるための関係じゃない。
Oh my god, it really is two twins. Misha gently turns and looks at me. I understand what he means and slowly take a step towards Noah.
ミシェルことね
Give him a hug.
君にだって彼女に思いを告げ返事をもら
I
う
want
資
to be
格
your
はある
friend.
って
Sure,
こ
let's
とだ
become
よ。
friends.
ノア。それ
Ah! Oh, jeez, why is my neck cracking?
決着にしよ
Oh. I should get that checked sometime. Until now, Noah said I was his beloved. He said he loves me multiple times, but it was all one-sided. Before I could respond to him, my mouth, my heart had all crumbled away. But right now, I can receive his words straight on and give him a proper answer. Then, the time for settlement quietly came.
僕はミシェルを救ったあの時の君を
She was like 5 years old! Also, thank you for the hydrate time.
優しくて無垢で温かくてその優しさに僕は心底惚れ込んでしまった。そばにいてほしい。誰にも止 取られたくない。
Uh-huh.
そう思ってしまうほどに。本当に好きだったんだ。愛してたんだ。
Yeah. Wah! Whoops, sorry. At Noah's awkward yet straightforward confession, I receive it in my heart. And above that, I'm sorry, Noah. Not because your identity is the world itself, not for anything like that. I already have someone I want most in the entire world. I can't answer your feelings. I can't take your hand. Answer as my restored heart says.
そっか。きっと僕は君のことを何も知ろうとせず救ってもらいたくて、それがきっかけで恋をした時点で、だってミシェルは自分を救ってくれたから、孤独を拭ってくれたから、そんな理由は関係なくアンシャンテを継いだ君の素敵な笑顔に恋をしたんだから。悔しいな。どうしてそんな当たり前なことに君という存在をちゃんと理解して一方的にまくし立てるんじゃなくて、もっときちんと。
Noah. At my calling, Noah shakes his head and smiles. Up until now, the most softly. I'm sure that was the smile of his original self. He shows a gentle smile.
ありがとう、ことね。僕を人間として。
I want to save him. I don't want him to end up going like, okay, bye. I have to off myself now to let you go.
悲しいけど。
Space tilts and the Enchanté made of ash starts to violently shake. What's this? Oh my god. I want to save him. What?
僕はもう自分の体が他の世界に侵食するのを僕の意志を無視して数万年越しの飢えや渇きを満たそうと。
Eventually, this world of end times would swallow up all worlds that exist and turn into ash, he says.
ミシェル、友達として。
Really?
最初で
We
最後
just
の
became friends, you're already just going to die? Noah smiles at Misha.
止めてほしい。自分勝手な話だけど、僕は何も
That's so
全ての世
sad.
界を壊したいわけじゃない。君たちに焦がれて無作為に手を振り回した挙句多くを壊してしまった。そんな僕がこの願いを望むことすらどうか僕を殺してほしい。
Straight words and gaze. With no faltering, he asks Misha, as though he has his full trust. Contrary to his heavy words, Noah's expression is thoroughly peaceful. Noah takes a look around the shop.
ここは僕の中枢、終わりの世界、ノアの核。今、君の目の前にいる僕はいわばむき出しになった心臓も同然なんだ。それを
君を救う方法は
ないよ。だからこそ僕はここまで狂ったんだ。それに本当一人自死する方が
But Noah says while hanging his head.
この姿も結局は仮初め。灰の幻想。僕が僕でも
I guess.
今この場で唯一の肉体を持つ君の手でならば。
I open my eyes wide in surprise at Noah's words, and he softly closes his eyes. Yo, but like, if we kill him, what happens to us? We're still kind of, you know, connected to you.
これが僕の
We already lost our own body.
僕のそれにほら失恋した男は早く退場すべきでしょ。
Man?
僕がこれ以上 理不尽な滅びをまき散らす前にどうか。
When he requests this from Mishir, he slowly goes behind the counter and takes 2 cups. Of course they're made from ash. He handles them carefully to not break them.
はい、これ。落とさないようにしっかり握って。
When he returns, he hands one to Noah, and he holds the other cup in his hand.
中身が入ってたら完璧だったんだけど。
Oh my god, he looks so... Noah is confused and Mishir softly
差し
smiles.
出して友達を殺すなんて言えないよ。まあ、詭弁っちゃ詭弁なんだけど。これが。
With a clank, the coffee cups of ash the two are holding gently touch. Then, that slight impact conveys to Noah and his body of ash gradually crumbles away. But right now, the face on that young man finally meeting death after thousands of years.
Oh, it's not tens of thousands of years, we did it!
It's completely calm.
君はどこまでもお人よしだね。彼女を人間で亡くした僕にここまで優しくしていいの？
Finally.
まあ、ぶっちゃけ。
本
それに。
当に。
君でしょ。俺と幼い琴音が出会った異形の俺や世界の廃化から守ってくれたのは神様が起こしてくれた奇跡にしては。いや、
それは違うよ、ミシェル。僕はただ君とつながった彼女が僕も救ってくれるんじゃないかって君や彼女を思ってのことじゃなかった。あのコーヒーカップだって彼女に会うための亀裂をこじ開けるために利用しただけで。
はいはい、理由はどうでもいいの。それよりせっかくの友達同士のお茶会なんだ。そんな。
I'm sorry, I'm skipping a bunch of the voiced text.
僕を一人にした君を、でもそれ以上に羨ましかったんだ。
So Misha is a human, Cortana isn't one anymore. Yeah, that's kind of...
アンシャンテに行ける君が
Unfortunate.
アンシャンテの話をする君がすごく羨ましかった。僕もいつかアンシャンテで君や常連のみんなと一緒にコーヒーがかりそめのお店でもすごくありが。
With those final words, oh man, Noah quietly scatters into a small flurry of ash.
さようなら。俺のたった一人のずっと見守ってくれてありがとう。
Having been truly saved from solitude in the end, he exchanged words with Misha with a smile and disappeared as his friend from the same homeland. Great! Misha hangs his head in sadness, even when I call to him. This world won't give time to mourn the loss or the pain. With the disappearance of Noah, the world's erosion probably stopped. However, due to Noah's leaving his body, or in other words, the world itself begins to crumble. To that, this enchant of ash is no exception. The many antique lamps, the big table where everyone relaxed, the counter and shelves around it. Everything in that place, slowly a little at a time, crumbles away and starts vanishing from existence. Annihilation of the world, the demise of the world of end times. Before this unavoidable event, I quickly called to Misha. Misha, you should just merge with the world. While I may have temporarily regained my human outline, I'm still not severed from this world. That's what I'm saying! Like I gradually disappear from the bottom of my feet, I'm eaten away by that sense. At least get Misha to escape, I desperately call his name, but...
お断りします。
What? Mishia's battered hand once again covers my cheek. The smile he makes is unbelievably cheerful for someone about to die, engulfed in the annihilation of the world.
俺が何のためにここに来たのかやっと見つけた君を。はい、さようなら。
Mishia, but over and over, Mishia only continues to caress my vague cheek.
君が世界と共に終わるというなら、俺もここで終わりを迎えるよ。君がいない人生に意味はない。
Damn, bro.
ない世界でコーヒーを飲んでも、そうね、いい。ここは強がるより甘えてくれた方が。
You're horrible.
だから言ってほしい。普通の人間の女性として。
Mishi is as though he's holding coffee in one hand, casual, cheerful, yet more kind than anyone in the world's voice. Mishi, my feelings spell out. I want to be with you. We're finally reunited, and yet I don't want to be away from you ever again. I know it's impossible, but I say my selfish desire. Be with me, Mishi, as close to me as you can. Don't ever let me go. Wiping away my flowing tears, Mishi gently smiles.
了解。たとえ魔王で亡くなったって。
Okay, so is everyone just going to die in this room, huh? Is that what this is? What this is? Excuse me?
どんなチートや願いだって叶えてみせるんだから。
Yeah. No matter the form, even if my body and consciousness flee. I love you too.
俺もだよ、ことね。数万年の時を経て
How do you mean? In the other roots? No, she tells the other guys that she loves them as well in the other roots. Mishi places a gentle kiss upon me. His life, his warmth, his is stronger than anyone else's feelings for me. I receive it in my soft and brittle body, as though this was a signal for collapse. The world, much like when Noah drifted here in the past, returns to a pure white world of nothingness. I thought Mishi was so no. The only thing left in a blank space was Mishi and I, just the two of us. For example, in Rindo's route, she's actually the one who says she loves him first. Do not! You cost me another copyright claim on YouTube already. Ending song.
どうかな、ソンは。俺のコーヒーを入れる腕、結構上達したんじゃない？
いや。
旧大店だな。
相変わらず手厳しい。それ自信作だったのにな。
簡単に褒めちまったら。だがまあ、お前は昔からコーヒーを入れるのに相手に美味しく飲んでほしい。あれか。もしかして自分が入れたコーヒーを飲ませたい相手がいるのか。
Yeah, your granddaughter.
図星か。いいじゃねえか。目的目標があってこそ。人間ってのは成長するもんだ。
If they don't for some, I don't even care if it's a plot hole reason, but if they don't all survive and get to spend their life together, I'm going to be upset.
本当。その心構えやらなんやら。魔王なんかよりこっちの仕事の方がよっぽど向いてるんじゃねえか？
What's going on? あら？
なあなあ。カリア。カリア。お前、昨日の音楽番組見た？
What is this? What is this?
いや。昨日は早めに寝たからあんまテレビ見てなくて。
How much time you skip this time?
何？すごい歌詞で。
ちげえよ。俺が応援してるアイドルの子が自分はジンがいいって番組中でカミングアウトしたんだよ。
ああ。で何？それがショックでファンやめた。
は？なんでそんな話になるんだよ。
What the fuck is going on?
脇腹つつくぞ。
なんだ違うのか。てっきり人外だから。
そんなわけないだろ。あの可愛さは人間とは思えない。
So what? Did they kind of fuse the human world and then were like, okay, non-humans can go and say they're non-human now?
それより俺用事ある。
もうお前毎週この曜日にはよ。
ああ、言ってなかったっけ。
Check out.
GPM って
How much time?
人外とかの保護をして。
How much time? Several years?
俺も実は
Fucking Akashio!
ってわけで。
Oh hey, by the way, I'm not human. Bye! Good for you. Good for you, bro. The world of end times. The world by this name caused major disasters that scoured the human world. Even the world's government agencies couldn't hide this extent of turmoil. Once it ended, the nations revealed the existence of other worlds and non-humans to the public shortly afterwards. Separated beyond space-time, the existence of countless other worlds, and beings inhabiting those other worlds told of in myths and legends non-humans. At first, the majority of people didn't believe such things to be possible, but after the announcement, non-humans started coming forward one after another. Their existence is slowly but surely beginning to permeate through the world, and around the time reconstruction in various areas had settled down, it's got to be at least several months that we skipped this time. Fairy World Medio.
ようやくあなたも重い腰を上げましたか。まったく現状維持が大好きな騎士と陛下には今まで苦労させられましたよ。
Are you going to show me every damn world and everyone living their life until we get to see what happened to Misha and Kotone? I'm gonna fucking scream.
しかしあの亀裂によって妖精界にも少なくはない被害が出た。妖精たちや歴代女王の無念を晴らす。
今こそ世界中をこの亀裂の影響世界中が大きく疲労し再生が開始され
Yes!
確実に
Kill the tree!
お前たちにも恩を返してみせよう。
勝てるのか先代が。
造作もない今までの葛藤が何だったのかと。だが決戦の前に心を落ち着けるためあの喫茶店に寄っておくとしよ
う。Okay. Beast World Bestia.
亀裂のせいで片っ端から氷床が消えちまったが
Global warming.
また海が凍って氷床に
Never mind. No global
う
warming.
ちは他の世界よりかつうか全部終わったからこそ自己嫌悪か。いや当然うじうじなんてするつもりはねえが昔のあいつら
Listen to my call.
同
Deep
胞や
sea
ダチたちの
creatures.
おうコロロか。つうかお前の仲間っぽいのも案外お前の両親も生き残ってその辺の海でのんびり泳いでんじゃねえか。
Yes. Baby. Jesus Christ.
聞いてくださいっす。俺
あお前姿を見せねえと思ったら何を勝手に。
All the cool stuff you did in battle.
これで生き残った魔獣がまた兄貴たちに挑戦しに来ること間違いないっす。連中殺し合いどうのよりも兄貴の
Are you stupid?
目キラキラさせて憧れた感じっす。まさに革命っすよ。
Okay, competitive fighting. Okay, I guess.
拳と拳で強さ。こんなアホトラ。
Yeah, Ignis, you won't have time to relax.
やっぱあそこに行くしかねえが。久々にベスティアに戻って
Okay, yes, yes, get to the cafe. I also want to get see the cafe.
つうか戻るかコロロ。
I'm gonna scream if I don't get to see the cafe soon. Huh. What happened to God? Oh, God is still alive. Ah.
壊れたな。
Goodbye.
Good riddance.
ええ、神、結局壊れちゃいましたね。私としては霊力が必要だっただけで。ああ、いえ、あわよくば天使への支配機能の一つや二つだけでも。
Oh no, don't worry, that's fine.
最終的には中心部までがっつり削られちまったもんな。
It's not like you really need
一
that
応外見
god.
だけは直したが、もう最低限の機能しか残ってねえだろうし。つかまあ、神が無事だったところで展開がいい方向に転がるわけねえんだろうか。
皇帝、また人間界への救済計画が再開。感情を宿したことで理解したが、あのお方の支配志向や権力への執着はあまりにも歪みきっていた。あの人格がイルに上書きされかけたと思うと、無論それに従っていた私も同罪だが。
Solitos has the most
まあ、落ち込んでる場合じゃねえだろう。
character development in this game for some
あいつ
reason.
らをどうにか落ち着かせねえと。
肯定しよう。待て。今の話を聞いて早々にどこへ行くつもりだ。我が片翼よ。
I just want some coffee. I'll come right back.
どうかここ最近ほとんど休みがないのです。その間に人間界で何本の乙女ゲームが発売されたことか。甘くとろける愛の物語が恋しいです。グッズ通販もしたいです。アイスなどの甘味も食べたいです。というわけでして、私はあの喫茶店にてしばらく自的に過ごし。
待ている。将来我ら天使を率いる身で。
あれもう追いつけねえな。しばらくは自由にさせてやるしかねえわな。
まったく、あの騒動でもろくに動かない部署を不審に思って調べてみれば、海が出るわ出るわ。とんでもない場所だ。あの第二開発課とかいう場所は、あんな非人道的な吐き気がする研究を行う場所が自分の職場にあったとはね。
Good riddance.
ミカド、やっぱり彼らが許せないかい。もちろん僕も同じ。
許せるはずがない。叶うなら今すぐにでも追いかけて。いや、クーちゃん、いや、雫に罪をなすりつけ人外に変えた挙句、それを高笑い。けどいいんだ。そんな復讐をしている時間こそが無駄なんだって理解してるから。
Oh, that's an interesting change from
それに今の僕には
the other route.
他に何よりも優先すべきことがあるからね。
優先すること？
無論クーちゃんを雫に戻すことだとも。今まで諦めない諦めないと言いつつ、
It
本
worked
心では半ば
for
諦
me
めてい
here.
た。それを僕は
Technically.
もう一度追いかける。
So why shouldn't Mikado be able to find
ミ
a
シェ
way?
ル君が事故とはいえ、
That's what I'm
人
saying.
外から人間に戻った事例。それはつまり雫にも希望はあるということが。
僕もできることがあるなら協力を。
もちろんだとも。気の長い研究になるだろうし。
Can you guys get your asses to the fucking cafe?
長生きしないと。
張り切ってるね。僕の方もいろいろと後始末なりなんなり。
Move.
それじゃ早速お仕事をと、死ぬほど忙しくなる。
Move.
あの喫茶店で一息ついてくるとしようかな。
Show me the explanation for how we got out of that mess. Oh my god, they're even going to show me fucking Asmodia?
魔王様。ホールが消え、 人間界に行けなくなってからというもお前の姿が
Oh, true. I guess the real demon world doesn't have a gate. That is a lot of hours. I'm not going to get 8 hours of sleep because I keep playing.
普通にぐっすり快眠されていないか？
魔王様は恋の病という
そうは言うが、魔界の半分が荒野になった今、魔王様には少しでも早く復興の指示をいただきたいんだが。
魔王様大変です。
なんだ、俺様がセンチメンタルに浸っているところに騒がしい。
人間界へと続くホールが再び発生しました。これはチャンスですよ。今度こそ正真正銘
求婚に行けるという
侵略は
やはりお前と俺様は運命の伴侶なのだな、我が花嫁よ。こうしてはいれん。一刻も早く人間界に、あの店に向かわねば。
Sure.
魔王は魔王らしく、欲しいものは奪い取るのが流儀。覚悟していろ、エセ魔王。いざ略奪愛。
No. You don't have a chance, sorry. Give me that fucking cafe. Yes. Yes! Tokyo outskirts, nearby at a station far from the city center and an ally a short walk away. A certain cafe is in a private operation. Proud of its fragrant coffee and tasty menu, a fine shop known only to those in the know. The shop receives unique visitors from various worlds, and inside the shop, a beautiful world all of its own extends.
ふむふむ、今日も見事な世界だこと。
Excuse me?
さては、また消えてるな。さーて、俺の大切なお姫様はどこかなと。
Excuse.
ことね、見つけた。
Wow! The feeling of being embraced. My existence right now is vague, and my body only has a faint sense of touch. Still, I am dearly embraced by.
コーヒー入れる練習中かな。
Are you really telling me that she's still stuck in a body that's not quite there?
あんまり構ってくれないと、元魔王様が拗ねちゃうぞ。
Misha, you say that every day. Did you already finish shopping?
もちろん。ミッションコンプリートですよ。我が愛しのマスターさん。
Aww. He grazed me with light, tender kisses. It's an overly sweet expression of affection, but I'm still happy about it, so I can't help but smile. Still, Misha, lately you've gotten really good at finding me.
そりゃあね、君ってば油断してるとすぐ消えちゃうんだもの。最初は心臓。
I guess my theory of her not being completely human is finally real. But at what cost? Sorry, I'm not doing it on purpose, but if I focus on something else, my existence as me becomes less in my consciousness.
まあいいけどね。俺は君を何回だって見つけられる自信があるし。それで練習の方はどう？その
decently, I guess. I think I can make it about as good as I did by a human.
最初は大変だったよね。サイホンが彼方に飛んでったり、コーヒー豆が霧になって店内を満たしたり。
That is so weird. This is a sad ending. Yeah. I'm sorry for all the trouble. The two of us laugh and look over the inside of the shop as sunlight poured in. Katuna still isn't a physical first. The demise of the world of end times Noah. Due to that, as I was merged with him, my body also began to crumble away. And still with me then, Misa should have met his demise too. However...
大丈夫。僕の言葉を聞いてことね。この世界は今や 世界の溶けている君が望めば、君の望む世界もどうか僕の友達と。
The final message that Noah left behind. I followed along and reflected my ideals onto the world. Before I knew it, there was a new world. The world of me was born. Wow, great. That's right, there's easy sunlight in the trees full of life, the aroma of coffee in the shop, all of it is both my body and the world. In exchange for losing my human form, my form was remade much like Noah. However, the world extending in the shop is only a part of me. Beyond the gate, still standing at the back of the shop, is the world that's my true body. From there, I was able to return to the human world.
Are you kidding me?
Just like Noah, I constructed the body half ghost-like in form and used it as my core to continue operating the shop. No, I'm sorry. I said no matter what plot hole reason there is, I'm happy they're together, but bleh. Along with Michio has become my co-owner.
Damn
it, Kotone! This time Kotone outlives the partner. Same. This is so weird. Like, Michi has to lose all his powers and gets turned back into a normal human just so Kotone loses her entire body and is now a world. This scene was a really special one to me after all. But the damage Michi's body took in the world of end times was by no means minor. For a while he was hospitalized often for surgeries, straddling the line between life and death. Mikado said it was a true miracle that he recovered to this extent. He's only been able to walk around like this very recently after finishing rehabilitation. Kotone loses her entire sense of being. Yeah! Happy ending! So, things I can't do as a non-human, Misha does for me. Things Misha can't do as a human, I do for him. We help each other out like this and offer delicious coffee to our guests each and every day. I go quietly and Misha gives me a mysterious look. You know, now that I'm getting used to this body, I realize that I'm not human anymore. I'm a non-human in the world too. Things are pretty ridiculous, I must admit. The reality of it all just hit me. Just now! If going forward, if after your lifetime passes and I despair my eternal life, much like Noah, I might remake the world beyond the gate into a really scary one. And it might one day affect the human world. Even still, Misha, you won't. Michi gently whispers my name and puts strength into his arms around me. Before, as annihilation approached, much like when he swore to stay beside me. Do it, you won't. I promise.
俺がいつか君を置いて寿命で死んでも転生でも幽霊でも異形でも俺は君のコーヒーを飲みにこの店の絶対にねそれはいつかの俺の
Yeah, my time loop theory did not hold up. Kind of sad. No, not at all. I'll be waiting, Michi. I'm long accustomed to waiting for your visit after all.
あれもしかして魔界での騒動の後
No.
しばらく姿を消したこと
Just a little, but it's why I can wait. It's because I love you. You're more than anyone else, the one I cherish.
それは俺だって同じだ何度だって言うよ
Oh man. Ooh! With this passionate whisper our lips meet, it's a promise. Even if we live different times and lives, our feelings will be together for eternity. The proof of our vow.
人としての生をすべてその死後も俺は数百
Oh, millions of years. They upgraded it.
かかろうとだからたどり着いたその時は変わらない笑顔で迎えて
Yeah, me too. Even after hundreds, thousands, millions of years, with freshly ground coffee, I'll always be waiting for you, my dear beloved customer. Tens of thousands of millions of years. No! At the back of the shop, a sound rings out from the gate, where old bonds and new encounters intersect. To notify of the visit of guests at this mysterious cafe, Mishi and I, the words the two owners announce are said, towards the the treasured guests who visit, with an extraordinary smile. Oh my fucking god.
いらっしゃいませ。幻想喫茶アンシャンテ。
Yeah, Finn, okay. You bet. You cost me so many emotions. You stupid game. Hold on. 1 second. I still haven't done this. For the dictionary. Come down, I must be hearing things. Did he really say girlfriend, or maybe? When you say girlfriend, you mean like a friend that's a girl, right? No, more like lover. Lover, pretend. A verb meaning to behave in a way that isn't actually the case. Not what it was. Wait, he did say lover, right? He's talking about an actual relationship. You really have a girlfriend? What? La 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 la. Okay, great. Great. I just needed that dictionary entry. Thank you. There's a cat saying. Okay. Let's see if there's anything special in here. Aha! Complete CG! Yeah! There's no special CGs or anything for the bad endings, so I won't bother with those. We sure did that! We did it! We did it! We did it! Ooh! Oh, that's interesting. It's not Persona themed. But it looks very nice. I like the eel on that screen. Can I zoom in on this? Oh, I can. Meow. Oh, not too far though. That's nice. We did it! We finished! I mean, technically we could go check out all of the question and answer thingies. P5 fancies your yourself fuck person references. Yeah, that's exactly what you sound like right now. We did it! And we also should have unlocked everything that's in here. How do I go down? This way. Meow. 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 Oh, I accidentally... I didn't go all the way down. Meow. Nice! We sure did that! Hehe. Hehe, we did that, and it's not even a new day yet. I managed! We did it! We finished Café Enchanté with 20 streams. Exactly 20 streams. Each ranging from somewhere between 3 hours to, I think the longest I had was like 5 hours. We finished! I'm gonna be honest with you though. I don't like Mishi's route that much. Congratulations! Yeah! Another game finished on stream! Wow! I don't know. I mean, I like that they went with all that biblical stuff and really stuck to it, I guess. But all that, okay, there's this other guy who also despaired and he's trying... He's trying to kind of destroy the entire world, and then Kotone loses her human self, but Misha gains his human self back. It's kind of not really my cup of tea. I still think Eel is my favorite guy of this game, not gonna lie. I liked Ignis way more than I thought I would. Canis as well. Rindo was alright. I'm gonna be real honest, I don't remember too much of Rindo's route, aside from Ku and Mikado, so... Any idea what's next? Yes, actually. I want to try and fit some shorter games into this space. So for the Wednesdays and Sundays streams, and the one I was planning to do next is called Unheard. It's on Steam. I don't really know what to expect, except it's a puzzle game. And like some kind of crime solving thingy. It's a Chinese game, I think. That's what I was planning on doing next. The reviews range from something between 7 to 9 hours for most people, so I think we'll have fun with it for at least like two streams, maybe 3 even. But like, I really want to put something in there that's not as time consuming as Enchanté. I mean, this was one of the first games I started, and it's now the middle of March. That's funky. But yeah, I'm gonna be posting a schedule after this one as well. On Wednesday though, I do have a continuation of the Portal 2 co-op with Moriko planned. I think. She didn't answer me again, actually. But like, I think we're going to do that Wednesday. That's why I was so bent on finishing this game today. So I could free up the spot on Wednesday. But yeah. That is it. Thank you so much for staying with me through this journey. it's yeah. I am a bit at a loss of words, not gonna lie. Was a nice journey. Aw. Thanks for such a great series. Thank you. Thank you. Even though there were some weird bits in there, I think all in all it was a great game. I like it very much. I'm glad they brought it over here, so we could read it in English. Okay. Okay, hold on. Is anyone actually live we could raid? No? What is this? Are you telling me no one's streaming on a Sunday evening? That can't be true. Well, I guess. No one to raid. Meh. Oh, Moika just woke up. She's not live yet, I think. Yeah. I guess we'll stop the scream with the scream. Yeah, we'll stop. You know what? I've been going for long enough. My tongue doesn't want to do it anymore. Alright, the song is starting to play from the start again, so I'm just gonna put on my own. Go to sleep. Yes, I'll try. Soon. First you will get an ending song. There we go. Good night to you all. Thank you so much for coming once again. I'll see you all soon. Good night and bye bye.